Members, the House is resumed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 5.
Medicines Amendment Bill, third reading.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Medicines Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Medicines Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Mr Speaker, today we bring the Medicines Amendment Bill to its third and final reading, a bill that is about improving access to medicines, trusting expertise and delivering better health outcomes for New Zealanders. It is also about politicians listening to concerns about the community, formulating solutions and staying the course until they are implemented so that people get better outcomes. Throughout COVID-19, myself and others noted it was strange that Kiwis were waiting for medicines and devices that had been approved overseas, and yet somehow we had to wait for MedSafe to check they were okay for us too. It was crazy. We asked the question, has the rest of the world ever approved something? And New Zealand at the end of the queue said, oh sorry, you guys got it wrong, and they all cancelled their approvals? Of course not. Kiwis should not come second to anyone in this world, and we should not be waiting to access things that have been consented elsewhere. And that is why we have introduced the rule of two. If a medicine is consented in 2 other developed country jurisdictions, then within 30 days, MedSafe will approve it here if there's an application from the manufacturer. The bill also expands rights in a safe and sensible way. Nurse practitioners and now pharmacist prescribers will be able to prescribe unapproved medicines that are in their scope of practice just as doctors can. Especially when there's a supply shortage, this is important. Authorised prescribers will be able to prescribe funded alternatives without more hoops, and it means continuity of care for patients and a better use of our health workforce. Again, a clear problem in the community, heard by the government, and a practical solution put in place. We've tidied up outdated rules around the Medicines Classifications Committee, making membership requirements fit for purpose and moving detailed operational matters out of legislation and into procedures where they belong, because good governance actually matters. During the committee stage, we added 2 further changes that are a result of listening to people in the community and fixing things that matter to them. For too long, New Zealand clinicians have been going to trade shows where new medicines are promoted in places like Fiji and Noosa, all that money going overseas, when actually we could be having these medical trade shows right here in New Zealand. Clinicians will be able to go and learn of the latest medical technologies in places like Queenstown and Auckland that are part of the New Zealand economy, because we are removing an outdated restriction on advertising new medicines at trade shows within strict limits that there has to be a genuine purpose to it. We've also removed an outdated restriction on pharmacist prescribers having an interest in a pharmacy. You can understand what the intention of that might have been, but when we trust professionals to act ethically, we should also allow them to have a financial interest in a pharmacy where they may be prescribing. Mr. Speaker, this bill is ultimately about pragmatism, trusting professionals, speeding up access to medicines, and making sure our regulatory settings are agile and focused on the outcomes. I particularly want to acknowledge officials at the Ministry of Health and MedSafe, the Parliamentary Private Secretary for Health, Todd Stevenson, the Select Committee and all the stakeholders who contributed their expertise. This has been a collaborative effort. I note that the rule of two was campaigned on by all three coalition parties and so far has had support from every party in this Parliament. It's a very good example of how politicians can actually hear people's concerns in the community, formulate a solution, stay the course, implement it competently, and make New Zealand a better place to live, one step at a time. I'm very proud to be part of this bill and to commend it to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak on the Medicines Amendment Bill, and as the Minister has just outlined, this bill has achieved good support from across the House, and I'm pleased to say Labor continues to support this bill. There are many things that we want to call out as positive aspects of this bill. One of the things that does reflect the Minister's statement that the bill was a collaborative process was the positive inclusion of changes made at Select Committee. The bill originally listed overseas regulators. It specified them in a schedule by name, and as submitters pointed out, that meant that were there to be changes, were New Zealand to lose confidence in some of the processes of those regulators, and let's be clear, they are very, very esteemed regulators internationally. We would need a change of the Act in order to depart, no longer accept that organisation's approvals. The fact that now the bill takes an approach of specifying criteria that would allow the approval of particular overseas regulators, we think is a positive development. It allows flexibility. It allows New Zealand control over its shall we say, regulatory sovereignty, should we ever have a reason to question those regulators in the past, and that's in the future, and that's not an unreasonable concern. There has been, some of those regulators have been the subject of political interference or suggested political interference overseas, so it's important that should that ever reach a threshold that is concerning to us, we have the ability to take action there. So we're grateful to the other members of the Select Committee and the government for accommodating that change. Another positive change was the inclusion of pharmacist prescribers in those that can prescribe unapproved medicines. It appears that unapproved medicine prescribing has grown in scope due to the challenges in supply chains of medicines that have really escalated in recent years and following on from the pandemic. More and more substitute medicines that are unapproved are being used, and therefore the very narrow ability for those to be prescribed is being shown up. So these changes that allows both nurse prescribers and pharmacist prescribers to prescribe unapproved medicines is positive, and of course the number of protections that exist around prescription of unapproved medicines remain, which are important. I want to also note just our main objection to the bill as it is going to, apparently to be passed is the ability for ministerial appointments to the Medicines Classification Committee. It seems undesirable that what is essentially a technical committee should be the subject of ministerial appointments. We would have preferred to see that committee be appointed by the membership of that committee appointed by the Director General. But I'll now turn to the main purpose of the bill. The bill has the intention of speeding up the approvals of medicines in New Zealand, and for that reason, it is a laudable aim. We note that the description of the aim, according to the government, has changed over the course of the government. Initially, it was described as a much more automatic approval process than is now reflected in the bill. Now, whereas approval overseas would have automatically led to approval as initially proposed, now not only does the medicine need to be approved overseas in 2 jurisdictions, but it also needs a local sponsor. What that means is that the incentives that apply to sponsors continue to apply under this bill. And as we heard at Select Committee, those incentives are often what delays the approval of these medicines in New Zealand. So to give a little bit more context, drug companies will look at a market like New Zealand. We're clearly smaller than other markets, and they may not think it's worth their while to submit an application in New Zealand because they'd rather prioritise their resources for supporting that application into bigger markets. I suppose you can't really argue with that. It is the fact of being a small country. But that's one reason why we're slower to get new medicines approved in New Zealand. That won't be changed by this bill. Another reason is that the pharmaceutical companies make a judgment about how much they'll sell. And of course, if you don't get pharmac funding in New Zealand, that is the main determinant of the price of your drug to the consumer and the likelihood of it being widely used in New Zealand. So the drug company doesn't know at the time of their application how likely they are to get pharmac funding. That won't change with this bill. So for those 2 reasons, there is reason to think that the incentives on what's referred to as sponsors in the Act or pharmaceutical companies are unchanged by this bill, and that's what makes me question how much this will in practice speed up the availability of medicines. However, the bill also does not do much harm, and actually we're confident it does not do harm. So therefore, the potential improvement is worth us voting for this on this occasion. But the proof of the pudding, I would argue, is in whether or not we see a speed up in regulation in the approval of new medicines, and we'll be very pleased if we do. That's why we're voting for the bill. The final point I want to make is about the ability, the addition made to the bill at the Committee of the Whole House stage for the advertising of medicines at medical conferences. This was not included in the original bill, and officially the first I heard about this change was when the amendment got tabled. Unofficially, the first time I heard of this change was at a Business New Zealand event where one of the stakeholders who would be a beneficiary of this change approached me and outlined why they thought it was a positive change for the New Zealand scientific conference industry and encouraged me to support it. Good on that person who was upfront and engaged with us over this change. It would have been nice to have heard that from the government when the bill had garnered such cross-party support in every other respect. But it did make me wonder why the idea that medical conference, the regulations of advertising at medical conferences should be changed. Why is that being included at the last minute in this bill? Because, of course, that idea was kicked around when we debated the Therapeutic Products Bill in the last Parliament, and it did make me wonder if the Therapeutic Products Bill was in trouble. Therapeutic Products Act, when we passed it in the last Parliament, I met an official who had been working on an update to the Medicines Act for over 20 years when I worked on that bill. And now it appears that having repealed the Therapeutic Products Bill promised a new Medicines Act. David Seymour doesn't want to wait for that to make these changes in this Medicines Amendment Bill, but we're told there's another bill coming down the pipe that's going to take care of our outdated medicines regulation. But that bill must be in trouble, because why on earth would you put these changes about medical conferences into this bill at the last minute? And then I read in the press the other day that Casey Costello is indicating that there will be new medicines regulation by 2030. Well, colleagues, last time I checked, they're still writing science fiction about 2030. Medicines Act is an act from 1981. That is how outdated our medicines regulation is in New Zealand. We support this bill and the modernisations and the small changes to our medicines regulatory system that is in here, but our entire regulatory system is out of date. We saw that in the pandemic, where we had to work around we had to make debate as a parliament retrospective changes to the Medicines Act to get an emergency approval for vaccines. We had no way of getting expedited approval, and under the current Act there's no proper way to deal with public health emergencies. There are a number of no regulation of medical devices. There are a number of problems with our medicines bill, and the fact that this bill has had this addition to it suggests to me that medicines regulation in New Zealand is in big trouble.
Tēnā tātou katoa te whare. I stand on behalf of the Green Party to offer our tautoko towards this legislation also, and echo the sentiments of my colleague within the Labour Party around the small changes that are being made that look at patient care and the health and well-being of all New Zealanders. But of course, reformation of the entire system is required. And thanking the former Minister of Health for reminding the House about the challenges of access to medications, to immunisations, vaccinations across the board, but particularly with COVID-19. The rule of two fast track is one fast track that the Green Party do support. So it's good to be standing here to tautoko and also reflect on the Select Committee process that the Health Select Committee oversaw and the diversity of submissions received. In the 185 rōpū, hauora, individuals and whānau who provided submissions, both in writing and orally, there was strong support. But of course, you know, we've always got to keep an eye on health equity, on access, on timing, which this is addressing the timing issue, but also I want to talk about workforce and ensuring that our workforce is adequately trained, working at top of scope, but also fuelled in the system to deliver these medicines fast into the community. And when we think of areas such as the far north, where we have a shortage of clinicians and also those working in general practice, there continues to be these challenges in terms of workforce. But this legislation does open up the space for access for our nurse prescribers to work at top of scope and support an effective access for the community to medications. But of course, we need the trained clinicians in the community in the first place. So those are the questions we ask in terms of the way with which we can fuel not just this part of the system, but the entire system to ensure that we have the relevant workforce that is capable, that is trained, and has the supports and resources available to be able to deliver medications to the front line. And we heard in the Select Committee the way with which the faster medicines, the access to faster medicines, will support better health outcomes for all New Zealanders. But the view of those particularly, and I think of our hauora Māori, is how do we take a te tiriti-based approach, looking at health equity for those most impacted in the system, and ensure that voice is heard across the kaupapa. And I think about the way with which Appointments can be made to committees, and thinking about also the Medicines Classification Committee, having recognition of an all Māori voice, clinical expert and leader can offer that lens. We do have concerns, of course, around the amendment paper that was tabled without really notice. It's a missed opportunity that the Minister brought it into the Committee of the Whole, because we could have interrogated and provided community and the health sector the opportunity to have voice on the amendment that the Minister put forward at a very, very late stage. And while I wasn't present for the debate of the Committee of the Whole, we have to be really careful about the way with which non-approved medications can be advertised and promoted, and what is a conference too. So those are some concerns that we have, but again, going back to the foundation of the Medicines Act in general, this is a good start, but there requires more. And when we think about, I want to talk particularly again about rural communities and the way with which those who are in rural and urban settings who serve those who are most impacted and have the lack of access. And Te Haua Whiowhio o Tāngere Trust came before us and spoke to the way with which they have to work in a collaborative approach. This is a low socioeconomic community in Whangarei. The clinicians, as well as those that are allied health, are trying to usher whānau into the health system so that they can access medication and treatment. They were absolutely supportive of this legislation, but they did also bring in the consideration around how do we bring everyone up in the health system as kaimahi to work at top of scope, because that's part of the challenge, is the way with which we can provide access to timely, quality health services no matter where you live. No matter where you live, whether you're in Kaitaia, whether you're in Bluff, whether you're in Ōtautahi, Taranaki or the East Coast, or for me in Taitokiro, those are the challenges. While we do provide this fast track process to bring medications into the country, it is about form following function, and are we readying the system sufficiently so that both our health providers, Te Whatuora, Health New Zealand, and those on the front line in pharmacy, dental, everyone has the ability to be able to exercise at top of scope what they need to do to provide the medicines. But also, when we're talking about Pharmac, we've seen the increase in funding, and that's really awesome. Because we know that there are a broad range of medications that are available internationally that have yet to land here in Aotearoa, and I'm hoping that this will be one of the levers to increase access. And I reflect on a fundraiser that a particular whānau member has, loved sister, cousin and niece, 10 years fighting a frontal lobe tumour, and they are currently fundraising $70,000 for another year of treatment to a medication to help treat this issue she's had for 10 years. And she's been everywhere, man, in terms of trying to get a range of treatment options, but this medication, of which I cannot pronounce the name, vorasidenib, something like that, is available in Australia for free. And it's available in Australia for free, but she can't move to Australia. She has commitments here and she has whānau. No. And what I am pointing out to members of the House, that this is an opportunity for us to open our eyes and our hearts in the way with which funding is distributed into the health system, because there are those that are impacted. And like this whanaunga who's reached out to me, she's just like, can this new thing that's come through, because people are Googling, people are watching Parliament TV more now than ever. And so when this amendment legislation came through, it's then that I got a message saying, there's a whānau member, there's an issue, how can we get these types of medications into the country? And I said, oh, that's something new to me, aroha mai, but let's scope that. And this is not something that is foreign to many of us. We have many whānau who have been impacted. And so what do we do in terms of the levers that are available? We have got this fast track that provides the way with which access can open the door for more medications into New Zealand. We have now seen an increase in budget for medications through Pharmac into the system. But ultimately, it is about the entire system, the health system in the fullest, and also providing our workforce with the necessary skills, tools and ability to be able to deliver these medications into community so that they can help prevent but also treat. So again, prevention is better, of course, than getting it further down the track and you're only treating it. So if we can pull it back and taking a population-based approach, we could start looking to identify and work with those communities most impacted, those who have the biggest challenges to support and care. And I always go back to the whāwhānau, te hiku o te ika, and consider the way with which they have a serious lack of access to primary care, with some 3,000 whānau members who cannot access a GP. And I hope that levers such as this legislation will provide a mechanism for our doctors to be able to offer the medications available, but how do we find the workforce to do the mahi ultimately? Tēnā tātou.
Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it's a pleasure to be able to rise on behalf of a government that is improving the healthcare system in New Zealand, and the Medicines Amendment Bill helps to further that. The Minister has already spoken about the rule of two, which is going to bring more medicines more quickly into New Zealand. This is a very good thing about the extended rights to nurse practitioners and pharmacist prescribers, which is going to increase access, which is much needed. I want to say thank you to the members of the Health Committee for their collaborative and pragmatic approach to this bill and for the positive inclusions that were made in the committee. This is a fantastic bill, another step on the way to improving healthcare outcomes for New Zealanders. I commend the bill to the House.
Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is a privilege to stand on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Medicines Amendment Bill. Mr Speaker, this bill is the tonic that the country needs to ensure that we get rid of that bureaucratic sluggishness which has basically held up medicines at our door. This bill, as has been mentioned by other members, is a fast track to medicines. Actually, I'd like to go further and say, actually, this is the smart track to getting medicines out the door to New Zealanders. We should be at the front of the queue when it comes to accessing world-class medicines. Whether they're safe, life-changing, life-extending medicines, New Zealanders should be at the front of the queue. Mr Speaker, the rule of two, which enables this pathway to be expedited, to get these medicines that have been approved by two other regulators that we agree are the regulators that we can trust, then those medicines can be prescribed in New Zealand rather than undergoing that full local evaluation. We've expanded also through this bill the prescribing rights to nurse practitioners, and through the Select Committee we included pharmacist prescribers as well. Another change was that all prescribers in times of emergency, where there is a shortage, some supply chain in terms of the medicines that have been approved, that they'll be able to prescribe funded but also unapproved medicines. So this is practical and pragmatic, and it is that smart track for medicines approval and getting those medicines to the patients. Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank all the submitters that contributed to the development of this bill through the Select Committee stage, and in particular noting Dr Malcolm Mulholland from Patient Voice Aotearoa and the advocacy and the work he has done to get the voice of our patients right into this chamber. That voice has been loud and strong. We've made changes today. And I think we should all be proud in this House today that we can support this legislation. I'd just like to turn to the good book, Mr. Speaker. The good book called the Coalition Agreement between New Zealand First and National. And I'd like to read very briefly, Mr. Speaker, from the scriptures which state from this coalition agreement, we will require MedSafe to approve new pharmaceuticals within 30 days of them being approved by at least 2 overseas regulatory agencies recognised by New Zealand. For that reason, I support this bill. I commend it to the House.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As canvassed by my colleague, Hannah Linden, we are supporting this bill. I just wanted to take a moment before I go into some other aspects of the bill to just recap on reflections on the Select Committee of the Whole House stage that we had. Because I think there's a bit of an irony here with the other piece of legislation we've seen that aim to create better frameworks for high quality legislation and making sure that we are having robust processes. And yet, while we support this bill, it was concerning to see a last-minute amendment being added, which would have added, this is the new edition of Clause 12A, on the exemption for advertising medicines at medical conferences. I think good process would have meant that this change could have been introduced at the Select Committee stage, so that it would have been adequately canvassed. And it was a shame that we did not have the opportunity to have the Select Committee adequately evaluate the merits of the amendment that was introduced by the Minister during the Committee of the Whole House stage. An example of this is when we tried to examine some of the commentary by the Minister at the time in relationship to, for example, the amount of revenue the changes being made in this amendment would bring to the country. The Minister at the time, during the debate, for example, made some, I would characterize them as kind of flippant remarks and just raising figures on top of his head around the revenue that these medical conferences would bring. I think it makes it hard for us to have a robust Committee of the Whole House stage when we have these sort of amendments being introduced at the very last minute and no analysis to go alongside them except the Minister's opinions on the matter. And it also does not do service to an adequate democratic process when members of the opposition are not able to adequately engage with these amendments because we're engaging with them at the last stage that we're able to, and without adequate analysis to do so. So I think that while this bill has a lot of merits, I am still nonetheless concerned that the government did not follow, I think, best practice when it comes to making sure that the bill was fit for purpose at its introduction and during the Select Committee stage. And so, yeah, we didn't support the amendment at the time, but we still think that the bill has merits. As others have canvassed, access to medicines in this country and our most modern and most sort of recent medicines available is a barrier. And what we can lean on is in other countries' robust processes in order to acquire more medicines to alleviate the issues that we are facing in relationship to access to medicines. And so this is why we are welcoming this bill, and we welcome the provisions that allow us to lean on peer-reviewed research from overseas. And my colleague, Lawrence Yunnan, at the Committee of the Whole House, and I know that he's got a pharmacology degree, helped evaluate some of the robustness in which we'll have in this bill in relationship to making sure that we have those peer-reviewed studies being done before we are able to evaluate whether overseas jurisdictions have done due diligence. There were some questions in relationship as to whether we're genuinely tapping to the wide range of jurisdictions that are out there, particularly because the provisions in this bill requires that these entities produce those reports in English. I do welcome the Minister's engagement on the issue at the Committee of the Whole House stage, where he did note that some jurisdictions that may not use English as an official language nonetheless take steps to produce that material in English. But nonetheless, I think moving forward in terms of creating legislation that allows us to genuinely tap into as broad range of medicines available and where robust processes have been followed, I think there's a missed opportunity to move away from the Anglosphere when it comes to access of medicines. I think in order for this bill to be genuinely successful, we have to turn our eyes into supporting some of the bodies that help distribute those medicines to our communities and, for example, our pharmacies. We know our pharmacists are under humongous pressures. They're often the first line of defense when it comes to public health, and they're often engaging with sectors of our communities that would have been underserved by other parts of our health system. So as we broaden the ranges of medicines that our pharmacists can deliver to our communities, I hope that the government turns its eyes into adequately resourcing our pharmacies and our pharmacists so that they're well looked after and they're community-led as opposed to risking those bodies being run by corporates. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Excellent. It was a great pleasure to rise and speak in favour of the Medicines Amendment Bill in this third reading. This government has been focused on increasing our access to pharmaceutical interventions. We look at the money that we have added to PharmAC, an extra $604 million for those really important cancer medications and other life-saving medications. This is a step that makes very good sense that we can speed up access to cutting-edge medicines that actually will extend people's lives and make people's lives better. We're also making sure we're expanding the ability for various health professionals to be able to prescribe medications. This, once again, is all about getting timely health care, what this government is very focused on. Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Tracy McCullum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was a very big claim from a very short contribution, which is probably the summing up this bill quite nicely. It claims a lot and doesn't necessarily do everything that's written on the till. So at the third reading of the Medicines Amendment Bill, it's worth, I think, reminding ourselves what this legislation actually does. And it does do some good things. It certainly doesn't do any harm, and what it doesn't do. So the bill has been presented by the government as a step forward to access to medicines in New Zealand. In reality, it's a relatively modest set of technical changes, and some of which may help streamline regulatory processes, and we have no problem with that. That's a good move, but few of which are going to make any particular tangible differences in terms of people's access to medicines, and particularly for New Zealanders struggling to access medicines and the healthcare that they need. There are many other problems afoot, and the government is choosing not to tackle those. So at the heart of this bill lies MedSafe, as we've heard from previous other contributors, and New Zealand's medicines regulator, an agency obviously, that performs an essential service an essential public service to New Zealanders. We know that MedSafe's work is critical. It's really critical. It's an agency that people fundamentally rely upon to make sure that the medications that they receive are safe and that they have access to the medications that they fundamentally do need. So we also rely on standards set by respected international regulators, and we've heard much said, well, we've heard it mentioned, not exactly much said, because the contributions from the government have been very short and very brief, but we've heard the rule of two mentioned, and that seems to be a little bit of a catchphrase that has been relied upon quite heavily. But those international benchmarks should fundamentally complement MedSafe's work and not replace it in any way, shape or form. So as Parliament continues and to consider these changes, we've got to be very clear, and we are clear on this side of the House, that nothing in this or any future legislation should diminish MedSafe's independence or its ability to make those incredibly important, careful, evidence-based decisions. So with respect to the verification pathway, Mr. Speaker, I should say, the bill introduces a new verification pathway, allowing approval for medicines that have already been authorised by trusted overseas regulators. And that sounds sensible. And on paper, that absolutely makes sense. If a medicine has been fully approved by a regulatory body, a comparable regulator, it absolutely could save time and reduce duplication to recognise the approval process here. But the key, I suppose, is in how that is done. Safeguards must be in place so that MedSafe can swiftly act if issues arise from those overseas regulators. It must retain the power to halt or even revoke approvals if new evidence comes to light that points to some sort of safety concern. And it's also important that the operational details, the documentation, the conditions, the oversight mechanisms are clear and that they are regularly reviewed. Because, Mr. Speaker, without that clarity, we risk that shortcuts could undermine the trust that people have in the system, which obviously is incredibly important. So while Labor sees potential in this pathway, and we do support this bill, we do so with caution. Efficiency ultimately must never come at the expense of safety or at the expense of independence. So that brings me to thinking about the difference between intent and impact, so intent versus impact. And the stated goal of this bill is to improve access to medicines. And that's something that absolutely everybody in this House could get behind, and everybody in this House no doubt supports. But the question is whether this particular bill meaningfully achieves that. And the government has promised faster access, but there is little evidence in this particular pathway that it will deliver real change. And my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Verrill, outlined some of those specific concerns earlier. When we consider, patients waiting on life-saving treatments, it's important that this bill is meaty enough to actually make those changes and not just the sound bites that the government are offering at the moment. Otherwise, it risks being more symbolic, really, than any kind of proper fix, any kind of structural fix. So if the government truly wants to improve access, it should be transparent about who stands to benefit, how much sooner treatments will be available. Specifically, we should have been able to hear details potentially about that today, and what accountability will be in place if those improvements don't actually materialise. And we haven't heard information about that. And it's important because New Zealanders, quite frankly, are tired of announcements and announcements that don't come with delivery. But as my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Aisha Verrill said earlier, in effect, it doesn't do any harm, hence the fact that we will be supporting this bill. Now, another area that deserves some close attention is the proposed change to the way that members of the Medicines Classification Committee are going to be appointed. And we are concerned, Labor is concerned, that shifting more power over appointments to the Minister risks politicising this process and opening the door to what could potentially be undue influence from industry. And that brings us, I suppose, to the broader question about priorities. And that's a broader question that is raised on this side of the House frequently, because it needs to be. At a time when New Zealanders are struggling with the cost of living, they're struggling with a health system that is absolutely under immense pressure, and the government has chosen as core business to focus on this bill, which, while perfectly acceptable, while does no harm, probably isn't anything more than a technical fix, but nevertheless this is a priority. It's tidying up a regulatory process, and it's tidying up in regulatory terms offers little to the average family who are still struggle to fill a prescription or to actually see a GP. So this is the same government, and remembering this is the same government that scrapped free prescriptions, a decision that immediately made it harder for low-income family or vulnerable New Zealanders to access the medicines that they need. So whilst, again, we'll support this bill, it's potentially largely symbolic. I don't think it's the fix that it's claimed to be on the other side of the House during these short contributions, but it's a little bit ironic that it crows about access to medications on one hand, and by a government that has directly made that access more difficult on the other. So while we're here debating procedural tweaks and international alignments that all sound very good, thousands of people are now thinking twice about actually collecting their prescriptions because of the cost. And that's the real access issue. If we're going to talk access issues to medications, that is the real access issue, not at all something that's even touched on with this bill. So it's another example of the government, I think, focusing much more on appearances than outcomes. After all, they did talk a big talk, and when it comes to delivery, these are the types of things they're offering up. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the remainder of my time, I'd like to repeat something that was mentioned earlier in relation to the Medicines Act 1981, which is older than some of the medicines that it continues to regulate. It absolutely belongs in a different era. And if the government truly was interested in making this sector better and this sphere of operations safer, that's the act that they'd be working on. But we haven't heard much about that. And it does raise our kind of interest on this side of the House to exactly what's going on with the update of the Medicines Act 1981. As I said, it was written in an era before modest biotechnology. It doesn't reflect today's complex international supply chains. It doesn't reflect new forms of therapy. And there's absolutely gaps around things as absolutely basic as medical devices. So Labor will support this bill's passage, mainly because it does no harm. It could have been better, but it's not. That's okay. We remain deeply concerned about the government's overall direction in general, but particularly in health. And, you know, we implore the government to start thinking about the fact that New Zealanders need to policies that make a real difference. And we hope for better, but we aim for less.
Dr. Armstrong.
This bill is another critical step by this government to ensure New Zealanders have access timely and quality health care. This medicine amendment bill increased patient access to medicine by introducing a streamlined verification pathway for medicine approval, the rule of two, allowing safe and effective treatment to reach patients more quickly. It's also updated prescribing setting to enable suitable qualified health professionals to prescribe and approve for medicine in appropriate circumstances. This reform modernizes our regulatory system and aligns it with international best practice. This government continues to work to improve patient well-being and health outcome. This government focus is all about patients, their safety, their access and their care. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you, Doctor.
Speaker. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Look, it's a pleasure to take a call on the Medicines Amendment Bill. And as colleagues from my party have indicated, we will be supporting this bill this morning. I do want to acknowledge the Health Committee, who's obviously progressed this bill in what appears to have multi-party support across the Parliament, which I think is fair to appreciate, because this is a bill that will deliver some modest technical changes. I'm sure will make some difference. The jury, I think, is still out as to the full extent of the difference that it would make, because we hear from the government that this bill is about improving access to health care, improving access to medicines. What would actually make a difference, I think, is the government that introduced a bill that delivered things that led to things like 3 free GP visits a year. That would certainly send a strong signal around improved access to health. Perhaps a government that would instead spend its time ensuring that free prescriptions were still made available to the community. That would have a direct impact on access to health care and in particular to medicines as well. But instead they decide to strip all that stuff away, make it more difficult, and instead they have done something quite different. It's interesting that, you know, members opposite love to chip in whenever we get up, and we intend to take our full course because the public of New Zealand deserve to hear what members of this House actually think about this legislation. It's unusual that we're sitting here on a Wednesday morning because the government believe that this is so important that it needs to set aside the times of select committees, and we're hearing from them. I look forward to the next government member taking a full call to tell members, no need to chip in with your interjections. You've got an opportunity to stand up and tell us exactly what it is that you want to say. So we look forward to that for the future, Mr. Speaker. Look, Mr. Speaker, this is a particular bill that relies on things like international best practice. Yes, it relies on ways in which other jurisdictions are approaching things. Yes, it relies on the fact that some specified practitioners, as identified in the bill, will have an increased level of support and ability to be able to provide medication to members of the community. And I was listening to colleagues, and I listened to the colleague from the Green Party talk about the role that pharmacists actually play in our community, and he is absolutely right. Any member of this House who talks with a community pharmacist will know that they are often the first port of call. They are the ones that don't just dispense the medication, but often are in circumstances when they are required to dispense some advice. Whether someone is choosing between one medicine or another because they can't afford the fact that when they front up, and this government have stripped away free prescriptions now, so people have to pay for their medicine, those are individuals who are tasked with giving advice on what medication might be better for them, given that element of choice. What this bill does is it provides additional powers and responsibilities to specified practitioners, including pharmacists, including nurse practitioners and others as well, in addition to the medical practitioner. Now, my colleague, Dr. McClellan, talked about the fact that we cannot afford as a country, we cannot afford as a community to set aside the safeguards that are in place to protect communities when it comes to medication. We expect that when someone goes and gets their medicine or their medication, that it's able to actually hit a particular threshold. Now, we rely on this bill in terms of the international sort of reciprocal approaches that may exist in terms of standards that actually does fit the bill and does cut the mustard. And so it is important that whilst we are supportive of what are technical changes to this bill, that the underlying intention of providing safeguards is actually not compromised. And that is something that the Labour Party, do express some concern around. In particular, when we're talking about the ministerial appointments to the committee that would be making recommendations that would inform the decision-making process. We cannot afford for that to become a political exercise. Yes, we accept that ministers of the Crown, through holding the warrant, are empowered to make those appointments. But what we don't want to see, what we cannot see, the nature of those appointments becoming political, effectively jobs for the boys. Instead, what is really important is that those who sit on that particular committee who are making these decisions have the technical skill, have the medical capacity to be able to make decisions that are right.
Dr. Vanessa Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak in this third reading of the Medicines Amendment Bill. Some very sensible changes are made within this bill, and it has real-world implications for people working in clinical coalface every day. Because of the way our supply chains are often interrupted, some medicines have to be sought that are alternative sources. That means that they are effectively unapproved medications and come under what's called Section 29. Previously to this, only a registered medical professional could sign a prescription for those, even if another prescribing authority could prescribe the same medication. Because it comes from a different factory, it's essentially not allowed to be prescribed anymore. It creates a huge amount of confusion and extra bother for people. So this change will have real-world improvements for people on the ground, along with the other sensible changes. Therefore, I commend the bill to the House.
Speaker.
Venetia Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join with my colleagues in support of this bill. I commend the Select Committee for its work. I didn't have the pleasure of sitting on the committee, but I have reviewed some of the submissions that went to the Select Committee, and they tend to fit into one of three categories in terms of the points that submitters were making. So some were around the time taken for approvals. Some were around attracting suppliers to New Zealand. So the actual funding gap and what funders, Pharmac, are committed to funding. And then there was a third broad set around access to not just medicine but healthcare. And I do think that that's relevant to this bill, and I do think that that's relevant to the intent of this bill, which is to address a healthcare issue. And the government really must recognise that all these issues in terms of access do sit side by side for people in their real lives. If it does cost too much for them to access their prescriptions, they simply will not go and make use of that opportunity to resolve an issue at its earliest stage. Right. If we're finding it takes up to $70 or $90 to visit your doctor, then again, people will simply just not engage with the system whatsoever. And I hear members commenting opposite about the cost. Those are the prices in some parts of West Auckland. So those are issues for real people who are trying to access medical facilities. The other issue is delay. When you find people who need to access specialist services having to often wait for months and months before they see a specialist. But even for the simplest of things, I've spoken to people who have had delays just getting their children vaccinated at their local GPs because of the lack of nursing staff in their medical facilities. So delay, access are important issues as well. And the government needs to look at the cost of prescriptions. The cost of prescriptions is something you could also remove. That's right. It is part of the reason why people do not go and access those medicines at an early stage. So those submitters were making very, very valid points. In terms of the genesis of the bill, and we do support the bill, and I think that the need for the support is really there in the data. The regulatory impact statement refers to some research that was done over 20 OECD countries between 2011 and 2020, where New Zealand ranked last for the approval of modern medicines, last out of 20 countries, which is really shocking. So there was a call list of 403 medicines included in that analysis, and New Zealand had only publicly funded 24 of those medicines, so that's 6% by 2018, which is really shocking. And on the 2020 study, it took New Zealand on average 659 days to publicly fund modern medicines, which was compared to an average of 273 days for other OECD countries, which is really, really shocking. That research was then extended into 2025, and the data remained really bad in terms of New Zealand's comparators. New Zealanders at 2025 are missing out on access to 142 modern medicines that are publicly funded in Australia, and 81% of those medicines are considered core by international standards. 38 are oncology medicines, including therapies for blood cancer. So this is really significant in terms of some of the data that demonstrates that change is needed. And change is needed, and this will go some way to addressing that. But I think we also have to recognise that it doesn't go all the way in terms of addressing what the problem is. And a number of submitters raised the issue of the gap between approvals and what Pharmac will actually fund as being a core issue that we need to address before we believe we've solved this problem. So many companies, it was argued by some submitters, wouldn't be interested in entering the New Zealand market because they don't think it's worth the effort to submit, simply because the funding isn't there overall. And that problem absolutely must be addressed. So again, we do support this bill, but the view is that it doesn't go far enough from many submitters. I wanted to briefly speak to the issue of the secondary legislation provisions that are in the bill, which the committee did make some changes to. So this is new section 22 AA, the recognised regulatory authority, and this is where the Minister may, by notice in the Gazette, declare a personal body to be a recognised regulatory authority if the Minister is satisfied across a number of criteria. The important thing in my view, Mr Speaker, is that the power also gives revocation powers to the Minister. So the Minister may revoke a declaration if they're satisfied that the recognised regulatory authority no longer meets one of the criteria. This was important in reflection of what some of the submitters to Select Committee reflected on, which is that while a certain list of countries can be useful in terms of predicting where we might go and who our comparators are, that's not always the case. We had members of the Wellington Community Justice Project, for example, who are made up of Victoria University law students, who argued that while a country may historically be relevant and reliable, it doesn't remain the case that they would always be so. So it's important that we have flexible powers of regulation to allow determinations to change those standards should they be required. There were, of course, also some submitters who again said that the bill didn't go far enough. The Law Society was certainly one of those, and I do tend to think that we need to review those submissions in terms of understanding whether further statutory changes are needed to ensure that international players are able to pitch into the market and have a reasonable hope that they will be considered for FARMAC in terms of funding as well, and that is absolutely a barrier. Other members have spoken about our objection on this side of the House to a part of the bill. So our main objection is that the appointment to the Medicines Classification Committee should not be a ministerial appointment, and that's really because of the technical nature of this role. It shouldn't be a political appointment, and therefore our view is that that is one change that could really reassure the public that the people who are appointed are being appointed because of their technical skills. Interestingly, on this point, the UK in 2016 looked at its processes of appointment, and they were looking particularly at judges, but they did do an examination of what is an appropriate appointment and to what extent you should assure that there's independence in the appointment process, and they updated their transparency and appointment guidelines in 2016 they were first created. They then updated them in 2024. I'm of the view we should be doing precisely the same thing. We should have very clear guidance on how appointments should be made and the criteria that ministers should be following, including potentially having a system where if you have potential appointees that are vetted through a department, that the minister may only appoint from those who are deemed capable and qualified, that the minister cannot appoint from anyone who is outside that sort of A-list, if you like, of individuals who've been individually and independently vetted. Right now, New Zealand doesn't have that system, and ministers can overlook the recommendations of a department. And I think what that has meant for us is that we are subject to political appointments, but also, for me, the important thing is a lack of public trust in terms of some of our appointments. So again, we wish that the government had considered this. They haven't. However, we are supportive of the bill overall, and I commend it to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We actually live in one of the most exciting times in human history. Science has delivered to us innovations, including medical innovations that are completely unimaginable only a few decades ago. We now understand the entire human genome, or we can at least sequence it. I don't know if we completely understand it. And what this amazing scientific revolution has led to in the area of medicines is we have now new ways, Mr. Speaker, of treating diseases. Yesterday I was privileged enough actually to host an event around skin cancer, and that was put on by the Skin Cancer College of Australasia, and it was focused around prevention and detection, which is extremely important. But unfortunately, skin cancers can often develop into very aggressive diseases. And I remember about 15 years ago when I was working in the medicines industry, I actually helped launch what's called the first BRAF inhibitor, which is a medicine that can actually shut down a cancer from growing. And how that works is it actually, Mr. Speaker, attacks a particular pathway that causes the cancer to grow. And that's the kind of amazing medical technologies that we're faced with today. And since then, there's been lots and lots of advances. We've got CRISPR technology, we've got CAR-T therapy, we've got immunotherapies. And what this bill does, it means that we're actually allowing New Zealanders to get these technologies much, much faster. We want to ensure New Zealanders get access to all of the medical treatments that are available in other countries as quickly as possible. And I do want to commend everyone in the House for coming in behind this bill and saying, actually, Kiwis' health and treatments matter as much as other countries. And this pathway of allowing us to recognise two other highly competent international regulators who have approved the treatment and then expedite it into the New Zealand market is a great step forward. This was asked for by patient communities and groups. It was campaigned on by ACT, and I've got to acknowledge our other coalition partners as well, and it has been supported by members across the House. And so this is a way of actually making sure we get these exciting technologies, medical treatments to people quicker. Now, there has been some talk about funding, and look, I totally acknowledge there is more to do, but this is a very important step in making sure our regulatory processes are fit for purpose and deliver treatments in a timely manner. And the government has an entirely other program of ensuring Pharmac is fit for purpose. We obviously have increased funding to Pharmac, and we look forward to making the case for more funding to Pharmac. But I'm very pleased to commend this to the House. This will make a difference to New Zealand patients and really make sure we can get new medical technologies, new treatments into New Zealand faster.
Dr. Lawrence Zidane.
The Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa to also speak on the Medicines Amendment Bill in its third reading. And like my previous speakers, Huhana Linden and also Ricardo Mendez-March, we do support this bill. But having partook in the committee stage, there are a few things that I want to address specifically from the committee stage. And I think the first point is that a part of our time was spent discussing particularly Part 1, Clause 6, Subclause 2, and with regards to some of the clarifications around the idea of peer reviewing, but also in terms of susceptible to undue pressure from industry and also political pressure. And I think in those cases, the Minister has expressed that, which is very helpful, that when it comes to things like peer review and etc., that those regional authorities or local authorities do in fact do some of that ahead of time. And we the reassurance that we were given is that these peer reviews particularly will be within or in line or up to the same standards, if not better, than what we have here in Aotearoa. But also in terms of the idea that, when we're looking at the susceptibility to industrial and political pressure, we're hoping that, as the Minister expressed, that we're not going to be seeing some of that and some of those aspects. We do have still concerns around Clause 22C when it comes to ministerial consent by verification, although the Minister did raise the idea that the consent is exempted, or the ministerial consent by verification does not require independent assessment by Director General to contextualize the benefit-risk profile of the medicine due to local disease epidemiology. But I think was something the minister said that, we are looking at a diverse culture and diverse society. And when we're looking at multiple authorities around the world that does approve these sort of medicines already, that we should be reassured that those kind of data can be extrapolated or used here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. But I think particularly, part of the concern with that is in terms of the pharmacological properties. We're still not entirely sure if sufficient work has been done on local disease epidemiology and how that relates to particularly Maori population and Pacifica population that from our other regulatory authorities overseas may not have access to some of those data bar a few particular regions. So I think that particular challenge of that element is still something that should be teased out and should be considered when we are reviewing this bill or how this bill is put into practice. Now, a big part of this bill is also around expanding the prescribing rights by allowing nurse practitioners to prescribe medicine under Section 29 of the Medicine Act. And I think this is also a really pertinent and also crucial moment to thank our nurses in Aotearoa for the work that they are doing and for the challenges that they are currently facing right now in the current political environment. But finally, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also really important to address, as my colleague Ricardo Menendez-March mentioned, in terms of the surprising, and we have seen a lot of that, the surprising amendment bill that was dropped by the minister during the committee stage without any prior select committee process and without any prior consultation with the House. And I think, in general, we've seen a number of that kind of amendments taking place just this week or over the last few weeks. But in this particular case, the new edition of Clause 12A, in terms of the advertisement of medicine, was something that this bill doesn't actually really should be addressing. If we're looking at the core essence of this bill is to expedite the approval of medicines and make medicines more accessible for people of Aotearoa. We fail to see how the advertisement of medicine would support or to enhance that particular purpose of the bill. And I think more concerningly, we don't want to turn into a situation like we are seeing in the US, where the advertisement is a way of pushing medicine to people who don't really need in the first place. And that's something that is of a little bit of concern. But overall, the Green Party does support this bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Mare Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes 121, the noes are 2. The question is agreed to.
Medicines Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 6.
Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill, committee stage continued.
I declare the House and Committee for consideration of the Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee for further consideration of the Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill. When we were last considering the bill, we were debating Part 1, and this is the debate on clauses 3 to 15, Amendments to Crimes Act 1961. The question is, again, that Part 1 stand part. Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and looking forward to continuing this debate on this bill today with the Minister, and noting that we have the officials here today with us, which is good, as there were a few questions I had last time we were considering this bill that I didn't get a response to. So I will start with 2A3. Where I had a question about the definition of a person who is in New Zealand, who obviously owes allegiance under that section. So the question I have is who is covered by that statement, who is in New Zealand? And the reason I raise that question is the Law Society raised an issue on this about there potentially being a difficulty with the reference to persons in New Zealand due to the need to reconcile respectively the Crimes Act 1961 and the Territorial Sea Contiguous Zone and Exclusive Economic Zone Act 1977 Act, which perhaps from here on in I'll just refer to as the Economic Zone Act. So in Section 2 of the Crimes Act, it defines New Zealand as follows. It says, New Zealand includes all waters within the outer limits of the territorial sea of New Zealand as defined by Section 3 of the the Exclusive Economic Zone Act. So that's one definition. It's referring then to the second act. Section C of the Economic Zone Act then defines territorial sea as encompassing the sea within 12 nautical miles of a baseline, being the lower watermark along the coast of New Zealand, including the coast of all islands. However, in that same act, so in the Economic Zone Act, Section 2 has a definition of New Zealand which includes the Ross dependency. So the statutes essentially don't fit together very well on the Law Society's read, and neither do they on mine. And the question is the question is whether the Ross dependency counts as being part of New Zealand or not. So whether the lien is on Section 3 of the Economic Zone Act or Section 2. The second question I have in this part as well, so still on 2A3, is how, if at all, the proposed law applies to Niue. So this is another issue that the Law Society raised. In Section 3 of the Niue Constitution Act, they are self-governing. However, Section 6 provides that nothing in this Act or the Constitution shall affect the responsibilities of Her Majesty the Queen and right of New Zealand for the external affairs and defence of Niue. And the question is there an application or not? When I asked this question last time we were considering the bill, the Minister's response was, well, it applies to everyone who is in New Zealand, and that's what the bill says. I don't think that sufficiently answers the two questions, one around the Ross dependency and the other one around Niue as well. I potentially have some more questions on other parts as well soon, but perhaps I'll leave that question with the Minister for now.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's also been a little while. I just want to also do a very small recap because, again, my previous question to the Minister hasn't had a response or acknowledgement yet, and that is around Clause 4, new Section 2A, subsection 4, regarding persons outside of New Zealand. And this is something that we haven't quite covered. And part of that is to do with how we are looking at particularly 4C, Roman numeral 3. And because over here it states that, in terms of a person who is outside of New Zealand owning allegiance, the person has family or property in New Zealand that demonstrates an enduring connection to New Zealand. And I guess the question to the Minister is, because when we're looking at a new Section 2A, that is of the highest order in terms of statutory interpretation, just behind the interpretation section, but enduring connection is a new term that has just been introduced under this bill. So checking with the Minister on how that enduring connection is supposed to be interpreted and what is the degree of enduring connection in relation to the idea of family or property. Now, the idea is also that family is not a definition that was given under Section 2 of the Crimes Act. Ergo, there needs to be a definition that the Minister is able to provide for family. Property, on the other hand, is a defined term under Section 2 of the Crimes Act, but property could also include things like debt or anything like that. So again, sort of what extent are we interpreting the relationship of property and enduring connection? So that's my first questions to the Minister that I would appreciate a response on. My second question is just going to move ahead to Clause 7, subsection 1, and particularly the new subsection 1A. And I want to focus on when we're looking at the idea that a person who owns allegiance to sovereign in right of New Zealand commits an offence if the person outside of New Zealand aids, incites, counsels, or procures the doing or omission outside of New Zealand. Now, the aids, incites, counsels, and procures is relatable to Section 66 of the Crimes Act around party liability. But in this particular context, I want to check. Now, party liability is an incredibly tricky aspect of the criminal law and has a lot of case laws around it. And I just want to check with the Minister, how would this be assessed and how would this be judged in terms of 04? And 04 are a little bit different. Aiding, for example, is probably the most straightforward perspective. But in this case, particularly when we're looking at the definition that we're discussing here under Clause 4 on a person who owns allegiance to sovereign, how would we see counsels or procures play out, particularly if the counselling and procuring was done offshore or overseas? So I'll leave those two sort of questions to start with.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the House. And already some very detailed questions from Venushi Walters and Dr. Lawrence Zunan. So to start with Venushi Walters, hopefully persistence pays off, and we'll see by the critique of your answers. I've been advised under the definition in the bill, if someone is in New Zealand, they owe allegiance unless one of the exemptions relating to the diplomats and enemy aliens apply. This is because generally foreign nationals are entitled to the protection of New Zealand government while in New Zealand. The nature of allegiance is reciprocal, so the foreign national is subject to and is required to comply with the laws of New Zealand whilst present in our country. The definition is clear as to who this applies to. Regarding the Ross dependency, Niue, and also include there the Cook Islands, persons owing allegiance who are outside of New Zealand are clearly defined. These explicitly include persons who hold New Zealand citizenship. Beyond this, it is intended that the status of people in New Zealand's realm jurisdictions be determined by the common law. So maybe going a bit more tightly defined in response to the question, a New Zealander in the Ross dependency will be covered. The status of a foreigner in the Ross dependency or Niue will be determined by common law. Also, just while I'm on my feet, to respond to Dr. Lawrence Zunan with his typical, quite detailed, punctuated questions. A judge will make the determination of whether a person owes allegiance as it's been made a question of law. This was recommended by the Law Society and was added in at Select Committee. Property is defined in Section 2 of the Crimes Act. It is used through the Crimes Act and regularly considered and applied by the courts. The term family is not defined in the Crimes Act nor under this bill. It will be left to the courts to determine the scope of the term family, depending on the facts and circumstances of the case, in particular whether the family relationship demonstrates an enduring connection to New Zealand.
Tiano Tuiono.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for early engagement on this. Just a quick follow-up question before I get into an amendment paper in my name. And I wonder if the Minister could give us some clarity, because there will be those of us from the Cook Islands and Niue who have New Zealand passports wondering how this would impact us. And I heard the Minister saying that it would be left to the common law. But what does that mean? What would that mean for those of us, for example, the 80,000 Cook Islanders who can actually go through a bit of a process and actually become have all the privileges and rights as us as Cook Islanders, for example, in this case, living in the Cook Islands as well. I haven't gone through the process myself. My oldest child has, but to have that clarity in terms of what the position is with the common law right now for those of us in that particular circumstance, I think would be good for us to know. It would be good for us in the realm countries to know as well. And I want to turn the Minister's attention to my amendment paper 431, which is not related, but maybe it is. It's all kind of related, and that is around. And in my amendment paper in clause 10, use section 78 AAA 4A, paragraph A, that after a profession page 7 line 2 insert advocacy. So after unpage page 7 line 3 insert or in their personal communication. And the purpose of this amendment paper is the understanding that there are other roles that people play. Yes, doing things in terms of your normal business or as a part of your job or occupation is fine, but people are often more rounded than that. And the term advocacy is in there is around what about people working in human rights areas? What about people working in different environmental areas? What about people engaging in different activism? Activism, in my view, can strengthen our democracy, can improve our democracy, improve our processes. So my question is around whether the Minister, first of all, would accept this amendment, and if not, why not? But then also, how would the Minister unravel and unwrap, if he isn't keen on accepting this amendment, in terms of making sure that those avenues for advocacy, which are incredibly important, are protected. So questions could be how the Minister would see that if this amendment is not accepted, how can the Minister give us some examples about how individuals can engage in lawful advocacy or activism and will not be unfairly targeted under this particular bill? And perspectives from the Minister around the bill as it is currently worded. Why does it exclude advocacy or personal communications, given that many groups, I mean, I can't count the number of WhatsApp groups that I don't want to be part of, that I ended up being part of, and signal groups. Minister's laughing, he's probably in a bunch as well. And that's just the Greens, Francisco Hernandez says to me as well. But there has to be a way where there is some way that people aren't caught up in this. And so if the Minister could provide some light on that would be good. And also, can the Minister clarify how the bill would protect the privacy rights of citizens who use encrypted messaging or secure communication tools just for personal use? So not just human rights advocacy or activism and environmental activism and that kind of thing as well, but just in their everyday life. And so some light gathered there would be really interesting. I guess how would the Minister distinguish between legitimate advocacy and community organising and those types of activities that could actually fall under the phrase of improper conduct for and behalf of a foreign power. So if the Minister could help to unravel that for the House, that would be very helpful.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one relatively short point, and it's around in Clause 7, Clause 1b. And the difficulty I have is, so this is the penalty provision. A person who commits an offence against Section 1A is liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years. And that is the offence that Lawrence Junan spoke to, which is aiding and abetting, or aiding, inciting, counselling or procuring, but not conspiring, of course. The interesting thing is that aiding and abetting, to use the old language, is generally considered a lower offence than doing it yourself. So someone who is engaging themselves in foreign interference would usually be considered more culpable than someone who, because if you take councils, for example, it is an offence for me to suggest on behalf of a foreign power that someone go and spray paint an embassy, right? Because that is acting on behalf of a foreign power and doing an illegal act. And that is doing it as the serious offence. Me kind of suggesting, counselling, or even giving them a can of spray paint, that would be aiding. Now, should that act of giving someone who's determined to engage in foreign interference on behalf of a foreign power, should that be the same penalty? As I understand my criminal law, in almost all other situations, it's not. But here we have, a maximum imprisonment of 14 years for, trolling someone suggesting someone troll someone on the internet, offering someone a can of spray paint, well, they're probably the obvious ones, the aiding ones and the counselling ones. So that's, in short, is my question. Why is it such a serious penalty for a offence which is not being the main perpetrator but being a party to the offence?
Honourable Matt Ducey.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just responding to, I think, probably the latter questions of Dr. Lawrence Sunan. Been advised the usual rules which apply to party liability generally will be applied to Section 69. There is nothing unusual about the terms which are regularly considered and interpreted by the courts. To start my response to the questions by the member Te Anau Tuiono, I would point out, and I'm sure it was discussed during this Justice Committee process, there is no need to include advocacy in Section 78 AAA 4A because it would introduce unnecessary duplication into the offence. Advocacy is already included to make clear that engaging in advocacy does not by itself provide a sufficient basis to infer a person is intending to or is reckless as to whether their conduct is likely to compromise a protected New Zealand interest.
Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the answers thus far. That was very much appreciated in terms of getting the substance of the last answers. I do want to ask a question about a change in the bill. So in the original iteration under 2A3C, the first item, I guess, on that sub-list is the person is an enemy alien. So that's been removed post-select committee. The new section IAA is inserted, which says, is a citizen of a state that is at war with New Zealand. So my question is really a consistency one here as well in terms of the Minister's intention about what should be covered. So I'm just noting that in the Crimes Act, there's a definition of enemy in section 73, where the definition of treason includes an enemy at war with New Zealand or any armed forces against which New Zealand forces are engaged in hostilities, whether or not a state of war exists between New Zealand and any other country. So just checking whether it's the Minister's intent that that's the scope of liability under section 73 wouldn't apply in this case, and that is an active policy decision in terms of the shift from enemy alien to that is at war with New Zealand. The proposal from the Law Society was including a definition of enemy alien, I believe, so that it would be consistent with the Crimes Act provision, but just wanting the Minister's comment on that. The other question I had is on the same issue, but it's a different point to the one that a colleague has made. Tiano Tuiono asked about what it means to have that reference to the common law in 2B. And I am also of the view that that is problematic in terms of its vagueness. But my specific question is around what the common law provisions that would apply are when in relation to repudiation or denouncing citizenship. So generally speaking, as I understand it, common law concepts can be relevant to determining liability for alleged criminal offending, both in relation to defences under Section 20 of the Crimes Act and determining the meaning of words or phrases in the definition of offences. However, that is where the common law is both reasonably accessible and it aligns with common law usage. And in the case of repudiation and denouncing citizenship, it isn't clear. Neither of those qualifications are there, which means that it would be very hard for a decision maker to understand the scope of the common law provisions that applied in that case. The Law Society expressed a view that any prosecution be based only on a renounced allegation risk being an abusive process, and that should be excluded from the relevant offence. However, again, the bill isn't explicit about this, and there's this broad statement that relies on the application of the common law. Now, I think precisely for this issue, that is a problem. The other proposal, given we're at committee stage, that I just wanted to float with the Minister is the concept of temporary allegiance. So understanding and requiring allegiance on the basis of a person being in the country. And I've mentioned this in the past, but there was historically an understanding that people on short-term visas could be subject to allegiance requirements for the period that they're in a country, but otherwise would not. And that seems in many ways the more sensible way to treat offending, as people can come into the country with eyes wide open. So perhaps I do have a few more questions, but I'll leave those ones with the Minister for now.
I'm going to call Honourable Ginny Anderson because I heard someone calling from over there before and I wasn't sure which one of them.
I did try earlier, but I was a wee bit slow that time, I do admit. Madam Speaker, I've got some questions for the Minister, and I just want to clarify, because a range of the existing offences which criminalise foreign interference are there already. So we've confirmed, and the committee process has been good, that we have existing offences over a wide range of harmful activity, and that may include foreign interference. So those offences criminalise activities that can be undertaken as part of any foreign interference efforts. An example would be offences related to bribery, corruption, blackmail, harassment, and any sort of hostile actions against the state, such as even treason or sabotage. So our current criminal offence regime also accounts for many of those things in the Crimes Act, but it is noted that there are some concerning activities that are not captured by existing offences. And so I'm really interested in the Minister's view as to whether there is some additional work. We know this is that the changes in here will add to the suite of actions that can be undertaken by law enforcement and to take action more proactively. But it's also important to note that as we receive new intelligence, as information is gathered by New Zealand and our security services, I'm interested to know what the ongoing program of work to make sure that we keep, I guess, up to date in the way that we're responding. And so those activities that are not captured by the existing criminal law, and that's specified in the regulatory impact statement, I'm interested to know whether there is some additional things that are not captured within this legislation that the government is looking at or aware of, that we can remain vigilant of and consider how we can make sure our laws are always kept up to date. Because this is essentially the first piece of legislation in some time that we've updated those previous offences. So I'm interested to know, is there a program of work ongoing that would review whether these are working, review whether we need to update them, and to make sure that there's clear lines of communication between what intelligence we receive and what types of offences that are required to make sure that we remain, I guess, resilient or resistant to attempts of foreign interference. I would just like to, so I'm interested to hear that, but the limited nature of partial liability allows New Zealand citizens in some instances to assist foreign operatives to commit espionage acts in or even outside of New Zealand while remaining immune from criminal liability. So they were the sorts of things that were found in that overarching review that looked at legislative provisions. I'm interested to know whether the Minister considers the additional offences within this legislation addresses some of those shortfallings that were found in that overarching review, and if not, what is the government doing to address those?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to members of the Committee of the whole House. I'm grateful for the questions that have been posed in my brief time so far in the Chair, and I've been handed some notes that relate to a question asked by the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb. I'll do my best to address that, starting, in reverse order, so with the comments of the Honourable Ginny Anderson. First of all, in relation to her point regarding adding to the suite of law enforcement opportunities over time, I think her point is well made that as our updated understanding of advances, essentially, if I can use that term, in the kinds of threats that might be posed, of course her point is the right one, which is that an ongoing program, if not a formal program with a capital P, but a process of reviewing or a commitment to understanding how the environment may change over time would be prudent, such that offences and the regime as a whole could or should be updated. I would just make the obvious point that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance, so I think you can feel assured that the Minister and indeed the Government as a whole are committed to an ongoing understanding of the threat environment, so to speak, and would be determined, I'm sure, to make any necessary changes in the future, albeit respecting, of course, that from a civil liberties point of view, we don't wish to have broader expression of offences than is appropriate at any given moment, because of course we don't want to anticipate further types of offending and catch those in a way that would be unreasonable, such that people don't understand the law. And of course it's a key element of the rule of law that the law be accessible and knowable and not retrospective, as it might effectively be seen to be in the event of very broadly expressed provisions. In terms of Venushi Walters' typically astute points, first in terms of the common law, I take the point that she's made around the fact that it's ordinarily the case that to the extent we would even rely on common law at all to inform a criminal or quasi-criminal regime, that we need to have the greatest clarity and accessibility as possible. I don't think there's anything particular I can add about whether that would be required in the case of repudiation or renouncement provisions. It seems to me sensible that the more accessible and clear such law is, common law is, by definition law, albeit of a different variety than statutory law, then, that would be more helpful and perhaps might be relied upon more fully, but there isn't anything, to my understanding, in the legislation that specifies that, so I don't wish to go out on a limb and suggest that's the case definitively. In terms of temporary allegiance, I'll simply acknowledge the point of Ms Walters that it would be more sensible, in her view, and I'm sure I'm characterising her comments correctly, that to have a temporary allegiance as opposed to a permanent allegiance related to non-permanent being in New Zealand, but I don't know that I can take that point much further in terms of what the law could or even should say. As for the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's comments around penalties and challenging or questioning at least the relativity, I suppose, of the offences. My understanding is that the penalty referred to has been carried across from the existing law, and it's considered as serious as espionage and treason, so that's in relation to Section 69. And I don't know that there are any other comments that I can make at the moment that would be helpful, or any comments I could make that would be unhelpful. Members will judge, but I look forward to the rest of the committee's consideration.
Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make another short point, and I am leaping ahead, but I want to do it because it's an important one, and it's around the substantive offence, and the definitions are actually quite hard to find your way around, but I know officials know them inside out. The guts of it is this, that it is an offence against this Act to commit an imprisonable offence on behalf of a foreign power. Now, it also says that it's not an offence simply to engage in a protest. Now, since this legislation was considered by the Select Committee, we have seen the legislation around protests outside people's houses, and a disruptive protest targeted at a person in a residential address is an imprisonable offence. So I just want to be clear, and I think, to be perfectly honest, I think the answer is yes. But the question is this: if, on behalf of a foreign power, I organise or participate in a protest which is intended to be disruptive outside a person's residence, an ambassador would be the most obvious one, but anyway, am I liable for foreign interference and therefore liable to 14 years in prison for engaging in a disruptive protest?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for his responses. And it sounds like there may be some agreement in terms of the status of the common law. I think the problem we have is that the current provisions make it feel like the common law position of retaining your obligations of loyalty may endure even if you have renounced, which I think is problematic in the legislation, but unfortunate that it won't be fixed at this stage. I'd have another suggestion. So in terms of understanding whether someone does owe allegiance for the purposes or not of criminality, whether there could be merit in including an officially induced error defence, so where an individual has sought or applied for confirmation from the New Zealand government as to whether they owed allegiance to the Crown in right of New Zealand or not, had been advised that they did not, but were later charged with a potential offence. And at this stage, that is another matter that's potentially uncertain. And one can imagine situations where this might actually happen. And I think I could have this wrong. I think it might be Canada who have a register of third-party interests where people who are in a country and who may be senior members of a government but they're not here for diplomatic purposes may register the fact that they're in the country and the things that they will be doing. So that's all very clear and transparent. We obviously don't have that, but I can imagine a situation where people would want to be very clear about which role they held and where. People travelling to New Zealand who are of New Zealand descent but born in another country, people of dual citizenship. We can't imagine that we would know all the circumstances that are covered. So that just feels to me like something that would be worthwhile exploring, and as I'm sure a number of us have a lot of questions in relation to this bill. If the Minister does think that there's potential for something like that to be included, I could certainly draft something up on the go. The other question I had is around new section 69. So this is clause 7 of the bill, which introduces 1A. A person who owes allegiance to the sovereign and right of New Zealand commits an offence of the person outside New Zealand, aids, incites, counsels or procures the doing or omission outside New Zealand. So outside New Zealand is key here, by any person not owing allegiance to the sovereign and right of New Zealand, of any act which, if done or omitted outside New Zealand by a person owing such allegiance, would be one of the crimes mentioned in subsection 1. So would be a crime inside New Zealand. So a couple of questions here. The first is whether it's intended for the amendment, the amended offence to capture conduct outside of New Zealand which has no impact inside New Zealand. The way it's currently drafted, it does look to be that way, and so just asking whether that is the intent of the bill and the provision. The second is a suggestion that one of our submitters had proposed, which is to provide a defence equivalent to the proviso to, a defence that essentially conduct counselled procured is if it's lawful in the jurisdiction where it's done, it shouldn't be counted within this provision. Right now the test is whether it's illegal in New Zealand as opposed to the country itself. So just clarifying what the intent is behind those two sections, and if there's appetite for some drafting to make it clear what the intent is.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move on to clause 8 and then start on clause 10, noting that clause 10 is the most substantive, one of the most substantive sections of this part. I want to first raise a question that sort of the previous speaker, Venushi Walters, touched on, but I think this particular angle, it would be really good to get the Minister's elucidation on, and I appreciate both the current Minister in the Chair and the previous one for your engagement and responses. So when it comes to Clause 8, the new Section 69A, and this is when we're looking at party to certain acts or omissions in New Zealand, the first thing to note is that for those, this is relevant act done or omitted, in subclause 2, 69A, subclause 2, it says imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years. And then also for subclause 4, in terms of relative act not done or omitted, it is 10 years. This is when you are looking at from a perspective of party liability, as the Minister has mentioned before. But if you are reading it in the context of the Crimes Act, Section 76, in terms of treason, as in an individual actively conducted treason or etc., the penalty is not exceeding 7 years. And if you're looking at Section 77 of the Crimes Act, for mutiny, it is no more than 10 years. So I guess the first question to the Minister is, why then is party liability a doubling of the penalty as opposed to a person performing it themselves? So that's my first question to the Minister. The second question is more of a clarification, a question of clarification. So subclauses 3 and 4 of 69A is relevant act not done or omitted. That to me reads like it is a strict liability. And I want to check with the Minister, is that the intention that, when you're looking at something like this, that it is a strict or a limited liability for any individual who owns alliance to the sovereignty and right of New Zealand, when they're committing an offence under that section, and the punishment will be no more, liability is no more than 10 years of imprisonment. So that's my second question. I want to start on Clause 10 and noting that there is a lot more that I would like to say about Clause 10, but I'll limit it to 3 questions for the time being. So in Clause 10, new section 78AAA, and this is to do with, let's say, to start with subclauses 1 to 4. Now, subclauses 1 to 2, intentional conduct. Now, we're wading into mens rea territory. And from a mens rea perspective, the intention or knowledge under subclause 1 and 2, I kind of understand. But in terms of recklessness under clause 3 and 4, I want to check a particular scenario, because recklessness is in the sense of not just simply you acting on it or knowing on it, is that there is even a benefit of doubt that the outcome may potentially even happen. So in this case, when you're looking at the engaging in the conduct on behalf of foreign power, if we're looking at a situation where MPs or ministers or public officials travels to another country but then take their parliamentary devices with them, and without, following through the recommendation of, let's say, parliamentary security, that would be considered recklessness. So in those cases, I'd say a public official travels into the country, potentially using a device from here, and that got found out, would that be covered now under section 78AAA 3 and 4, where that particular official, etc., now would be charged with recklessness and would be looking at an imprisonment rate of not exceeding 10 years. So those are my 3 questions for the time being.
Can I encourage the member, when you asked about part 10, I'm happy to give you indicated you had some more questions. If you can succinctly do the rest of those questions in another call, I'll give you one. Okay, thank you.
I do have more questions, but like I said, subsection 10, Madam Chair, has a lot of different parts, but I would like a follow-up question later on subclause 6 of 7AAA.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll give it a go. I've got a few different slips of paper here. Returning first to a question posed by the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb in relation to peaceful protest that he says could be considered as criminal activity, and as he's rightly noted, there's other legislation that's passing through this House that would create offences of a criminal nature whereby protesting against residential or in residential places could be deemed to be criminal in themselves, and the question then whether that imports into the kinds of ways that we would characterise foreign interference in this, if such activity was conducted on behalf of a foreign power. I mean, at the risk of stating the obvious, first of all elements of that offence must occur, so I don't think, and I'm sure the member didn't intend to suggest this, but I do want to assure anyone who's following that there wouldn't be any kind of lower bar than that which Parliament is agreeing in relation to those kinds of protest offences against, people's personal property and so forth. And the foreign interference element would need also to be satisfied as to whether, carried out for or on behalf of a foreign power and so on. In terms of, and I should also add that the Attorney General would need to consent to proceedings, so there's a safeguard in that, which is complements the elements of the offence or the threshold set out in section 78AAB. In terms of some of the comments of Ms. Ginny Anderson, in fact, I should flesh out my answer a bit more, having provided a reasonably high-level assurance that it seemed to me it would be likely there would be ongoing cross-government work to address foreign interference into the future. I'm well advised that this includes work that is ongoing, that includes, but not necessarily limited, Department, Prime Minister and Cabinet, New Zealand Police, MFAT, Foreign Affairs and Trade, In other words, intelligence agencies, various ethnic communities and potentially, or I'm sure, I'm right in saying that these would be quite broad conversations that would also take into account perspectives of civil society and so on. And it was earlier this year that the Ministry of Ethnic Communities, as part of the More Government Work Programme to tackle foreign interference, released resources into 30 languages to better inform communities in a way that's understandable and clear to them about what foreign interference is, how it can affect ethnic communities as well as New Zealand more broadly, and how to report foreign interference should they see it. In terms of the another comment, I think that was probably unrelated, but I think by the same member, the Honourable Ginny Anderson, the bill does provide quite a broad set of tools to respond to interference activities. And she will know, and she in fact has a background in the police, investigative tools for police, including the use of existing warrantless search powers to enable police to act swiftly to avoid the loss of key evidence. And, we can all think about ways that that's an important consideration, albeit weighed against usual civil liberty protections, and also a basis for MFAT, the relevant ministry, external facing as it is, to use diplomatic tools to engage with other countries' representatives about inappropriate conduct covered by the bill. So a bit of diplomatic as well as legal consideration there. As for the question about the owing of allegiance and whether this would come into play, only if a person has otherwise done the acts constituting espionage or treason. So again, just to highlight, the various different elements would need to be satisfied such that there was the activity that could be characterised as espionage or treason, as well as then considering the status of the person who had been alleged to conduct such activities. In terms of the suggestion that I think Venushi Walters has said came from a submitter, and on which she was asking my view regarding whether we should instead have a bar or a test of whether the conduct complained of is illegal in another jurisdiction as opposed to that of New Zealand. I'm not sure that there's any support in government circles for that. I hesitate to state a personal view, but perhaps I can venture that seems to me perhaps the wrong way round for New Zealand lawmakers to be considering the question of criminality. Interesting suggestion as it was from said submitter. And as for the contribution of Lawrence Junan of the Green Party, the good doctor, as always, makes a number of helpful points. In terms of Section 69A, replicating penalty levels of Section 69, again, because it covers the same type of conduct. I think I'm right in saying this was a point previously made by our friend Dr. Webb. And just to point out that the bill doesn't amend penalty levels for treason or incitement to mutiny, and adjusting all penalties, Madam Chair,
Honourable Crispin.
for crimes against New Zealand more generally is out of scope of this bill. And then returning to Dr. Junan, and I think he's referred to Section 77, perhaps existing, must be existing. Why would party liability attract twice as great degree of liability as opposed to the performing of the act itself? I might need to take some advice on that. I don't have a coherent or glib or easy answer for that. Perhaps I've misunderstood something in the way that he's asked the question, which is on me if so, but I'll commit to coming back to him if I can find out more about that. I wasn't sure which section he was referring to with that comment around strict liability or asking if strict liability applied, so I wonder if he could, in his next contribution, assuming he chooses to make another and is allowed to make another, Madam Chair, that he might sort of help me out with that one. And then finally, in terms of Clause 10 in that Section 78, AAA, like the battery, obviously there is a difference between intention in the general sense and recklessness, and he's right to highlight that that is effectively a lower bar, albeit still within the ambit of mens rea more generally. I'm not sure that I can advise on the scenario of an overseas member of this House going overseas and not taking the precautions suggested by a relevant security agency in New Zealand in terms of maybe taking a burner phone, just to use that vernacular. I would, of course, encourage all members to act prudently in such situations, but I would say instinctively that it seems to me that would be a stretch to indicate necessarily that the member would have conducted interference on or behalf of a foreign power merely by not taking those precautions, which we might characterise as negligence, maybe in a general sense rather than the legal sense of the phrase. But certainly I would be surprised if on many occasions that would reach such a bar as this legislation is setting.
Madam Chair.
I'm just going to indicate at this stage, the Minister has just advised that he's going to seek some advice. So, but also this is I know this committee stage got off to a bit of an interesting start last week, but I feel like it's had a select committee. And it also has no minister's amendments. I'm going to give Tiano Tuiono a chance to speak to the amendments that he's suggesting, and also Lawrence Shunan, I think there's a clarification that the minister has actually asked for. So Tiano Tuiono.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and particularly to
Sorry to interrupt the member, but Madam Chair, I just wanted to bring to your attention that we have been seeking the call on this side of the House a few times and haven't yet had an opportunity. And I guess a few points within that. One, there is a requirement to try and ensure proportionality of calls within speakers, also to ensure that all sides can take part in the debate. And indeed, we've had 3 members that sit on the Justice Committee seeking the call, and there is preference typically given to members of the committee.
Okay, so
I guess my concern is it feels like there's perhaps some preemption about what the content of speeches might be on this side, which is not the right.
And often there is. So what I would say about that is often if there's a member who genuinely wants a call, they would indicate, or the whip or someone would indicate to the chair that would be the case. So if that is the case, I would ask somebody. So, but
the side if they want to make a contribution and not a closure motion. It's still a call.
Madam Chair.
Cal Bates.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to take a call on this legislation. We traversed it in some detail through the Select Committee process and had a good opportunity to explore a number of these questions, Minister, but particularly interested in this issue of seeking allegiance and who you have allegiance to. And I think for the average New Zealander out in the community watching this debate this morning, some of these ideas about who has allegiance to New Zealand and who doesn't may get confusing, and so I would appreciate some clarification for the average New Zealander. If you live in the wonderful Whanganui electorate, for example, or up in your part of the world, where you fit many electorates into the sort of space of the wonderful Whanganui electorate, but that aside, for the average New Zealander who is a citizen of New Zealand, who may have come from somewhere like South Africa, in the case of my wife, not yet a citizen, but would she owe allegiance? And say, in my example, where I've got a British passport but also a New Zealand passport, would I have that allegiance to New Zealand? Just want some clarity on those sort of typical examples for the average New Zealander. Thank you.
Tiano Tuiono.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member opposite as well. And just to support what that is around the clarity, we have heard earlier.
Point of order from
point of order.
Apologies. I just note the clock has been reset, but he yielded, so it shouldn't be. It should be carried on from where the time had been used by Mr. Bates.
Look, I'm taking this as a new point.
The member yields, Madam Chair. It's quite clear in Speaker's rulings that they can yield. That time is taken out of the clause.
I'm not sure whether.
Speaking to the point of order, I can live with 10 seconds
about
less.
5 seconds, I'm advised. So carry on, Mr. Tuiono.
Yeah. But I took another call.
Well,
point of order.
Responding to the point of order, we'll set the clock at 4 minutes.
Is this the new call?
I don't know how long that call was, but...
Okay. Minute 30, sweet ass.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and just to support what the member opposite was saying as well around clarity. We have heard that in terms of the example that I gave earlier around folks in the Cook Islands and Niue, course, I'm incredibly interested in this because I'm from there, about what that exactly means. And we did hear that will be determined by the common law, and I do note that there are officials behind them. Just for the sake of my relatives in the Cook Islands on a remote island, wondering if this might actually impact them, if they might have some information about what the current situation is for the common law, that would be really useful, and also to support the conversation that we've had around reckless conduct. I did note that when Dr. Lawrence mentioned people missing their laptops and iPhones and so on and so forth, I saw a number of people looking around the room wondering if they knew where their laptops and iPhones were, including myself as well. And so I wonder if the Minister could turn their mind to my amendment paper 431, which was about kind of making sure that we could define exactly what the advocacy part was. And I do note that they did say earlier, well, actually, advocacy and the protests and that sort of thing is already covered under the legislation, but there are so many different examples where it's incredibly grey, where people could, because they're involving themselves in reckless conduct, find themselves not liable for 3 months, but actually 7 years, because that's the difference in the carry-through. So if I could get an answer around that, that would be good. I've got another amendment paper around number 433, which is about that proportionality aspect, where it looks at Clause 10, and in Clause 10 I talk about new section 78 AAB, which was to replace subsection 4, page 9, lines 30 and 31, with a person who commits an offence against subsection 3 is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding the sum total of the following: the maximum term of imprisonment for the applicable offence and an additional 3 months. There's a big difference between 3 months and 7 years, and so I wonder if the Minister could give us some clarity around the differences, and perhaps to look at it from the perspective of the proportionality principles of the Sentencing Act, which I'm sure the Ministers are familiar with, and the New Zealand Bill of Rights. Because it seems to me that to go from 3 months to 7 months is quite a stretch, particularly if somebody's engaging in reckless conduct, not necessarily sure whether they're doing what they're doing. And so if I could get some comment on that. My amendment paper, in my view, would go some way to addressing that concern, to make sure that the penalty is actually more proportional and fair as well, as opposed to automatically adding an extra 7 years. So I'd like to get some clarification for the Minister on that. And I did hear earlier around the reason why this is following through, because treasonable offences have a lot more years added to them. But I wanted to get some clarification from the Minister on the rationale why it is.
We're at the point of yield, so we're just going to reset the clock. Does the member?
Yes.
Honourable, Tiano Tuiano.
Thank you. And so I wanted to know if the rationale for the Minister and officials behind him around kind of hitching it to those treasonable offences. I mean, if people are engaging in treasonable behaviour, that makes sense, but if people are engaging in reckless conduct, then surely there should be a way to explain why proportionality is being used in this particular way, from 3 months to 7 years. So I'd like an answer to that. And I wanted to get the Minister to sort of more engage on the amendment paper around that proportionality and making sure that it's consistent as well, so getting some sort of clear answers there as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had the benefit of a lot of good discussion around all sides of the committee since I last rose to my feet. I'll do my best to meet the challenge. I should start by saying that having in my last contribution sought clarification from Dr. Junan about a point he'd made previously, I've helpfully had some advice that's indicated to me not only what he was asking, but actually suggesting what I might provide by way of response. So in terms of the question around strict liability, it's not a strict liability offence. It would be the case that all the members of the primary offence would need to be made out. and obviously the usual rule in criminal law, as opposed to a strict liability regime, is that there needs to be both the mental element, the mens rea, as well as the actus reus, or the thing itself. And so I understand this relates to the new section 78 AAB offence, committing an imprisonable offence for or on behalf of a foreign power. So I hope that answers the question. It's certainly my best effort. In terms of the question posed by, actually again the same member, the party liability penalties are actually already those set by the Crimes Act, and there isn't a change in that regard. So if the member's view is that those are somehow out of whack, then I suppose that's a matter on which he could, that he could consider further in another context. But within the scope of this legislation, I don't think that we can bring that forward more usefully than just to acknowledge that point. As for recklessness, I suppose the point about that, again, I'm indebted to those who are much more knowledgeable in the space than me, which is many people, but certainly those in our chamber today. As to recklessness, it would require, in the usual way, that the person would recognise a real possibility, or in other words, foresee the risk that their actions would likely compromise a protected New Zealand interest, and then having regard to that risk, the actions would be unreasonable. So I think, going back to that point about, travelling with phones without all the necessary protections as recommended, it seems to me that would be unlikely in any given case to result in a prosecution against said member. As for the question posed by my colleague and friend Carl Bates, Mr Everywhere Man, but particularly of the Whanganui electorate, I think he raises a really interesting and helpful point for people to understand in layperson's terms, perhaps, the effect. And certainly there are many of us, including many in the House, and actually other members have alluded to family or even personal situations of what might appear to be split allegiance. For those of us who have other Commonwealth passports, and I have myself British and Australian, in the collection, as well as New Zealand, I hasten to add, getting greedy. But if there are any Canadian friends of influence who are watching, I'm going to ask you a boot, eh? But knowing, of course, that it's the case for many people in New Zealand that whether they were born overseas or have some connection such that they have, enjoy different connections to other nations. Of course, the question is complicated or more complex in the case of realm nations or other Pacific nations with whom we have particular arrangements. But certainly the intent of the legislation is to clarify the common law, provide greater prosecution security, and really at its base it's to ensure that everyone in New Zealand is able to be prosecuted for espionage for the relevant acts, obviously, as proven, unless that person has diplomatic or consular immunity, as defined elsewhere in legislation, or that person is a foreign national or the child of one of a state at war with New Zealand. So pretty serious but niche ways in which this wouldn't apply to someone in this country acting for or on behalf of a foreign power. Finally, in terms of the amendment paper 433, in the name of Tiano Tuiono, the proposed penalty reduction we don't think is appropriate. Our starting point in that of the position of the government is that the current penalty is appropriate and consistent. I wouldn't wish to suggest that the foreign interference element merely topping up the other offence would be appropriately punishable only by an additional 3 months as opposed to the 7 years that's put forward. But it's the case, I think I'm right in saying, that we've specified that and consistent with New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, as the member quietly points out, that there'd be a proportionality in terms of that offence and the foreign interference element.
Rima Narkley.
Chair, I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā riba ngā pōti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whānā pōti whakahe.
Tākuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Maria Mano Kapaki.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Te Anau Tuiono's amendments to Clause 10, new section 78AAA bracket 4A bracket A, set out on AP number 431 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Takauma Whanga Pōti Whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakaia.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakaia.
Tāku Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaia.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaia.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Te Anau Tuiono's amendment to Clause 10, new section 78AAA, bracket 5, bracket A, bracket Roman numeral 2, set out on AP number 432, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Takauma Whanga Pōti Whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakaia.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakaia.
Tāku Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaia.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaia.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Te Anau Tuiono's amendment to Clause 10, new section 78AAB, bracket 4, set out on AP number 433, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Takauma Whanga Pōti Whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakaia.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakaia.
Tāku Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaia.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaia.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakaia.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakahe.
Tāku Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we come now to Part 2. Part 2 is the debate on Clause 16, minor and consequential amendments to other acts, and the schedule. The question is that Part 2 stand part.
Point of order.
Point of order, Dr. Lawrence Yunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to seek your guidance because before when we were debating on, I didn't want to interrupt when we were voting, but when we were debating on Part 1, you did mention that you were going to give me a call to finish.
And then the Minister said that he had understood the clarification that I was going to give call for and then answered. So it was solved.
Okay, I thought the call that you were going to give was because I indicated that there's an additional question.
There was a call for clarification.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
So this is on Part 2,
Yes,
right?
this is on Part 2.
Dr. Lawrence Yunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of Part 2, what we're seeing particularly is around focusing on the insertion of 78AAA and 78BBB into various other legislations. And I just want to check with the Minister in terms of how that interacts with some of the legislations here. And I think particularly I want to focus on the Criminal Procedures Act, but also the Human Rights Act. Can I check with the Minister that it is my understanding in this section that after Section 78, it says, for example, under Criminal Procedures, under Human Rights Act, insert 78AAA and 78AAB. However, would that then preclude Section 78A and 78AA? As a part of that. And I just want to check with the Minister on why then those two particular clauses were precluded as part of the insertion into this area as well, noting that there is a basis that both 78AAA and 78AAB is also relying on the fact that there is a 78A and 78AA within the legislation. So in those kind of cases, what sort of allowances are given for the other sections? And I will start with that because I think, if the Minister is able to answer that short question, it will help us unpack a lot of the other additional amendments in this particular section. Madam Chair. Yeah, so while the Minister is thinking, kind of just continue on in terms of the fact that when we are looking at this section, and I pulled up on the Human Rights Act, and I think what's probably pertinent here is the Human Rights Act, the Ombudsman Act, and the Privacy Act as a start. And for those sections that were mentioned in the Human Rights Act 130, Ombudsman Act 26, and also Privacy Act 90, is the intention then that those particular sections, then whether there was a exemption of sort in terms of how the new 78AAA and 78AAB is going to be interacting with those particular sections. And I think it's vital that when we're looking at this particular part, noting the number of additional bills that are affected by Part 2 of this legislation, that we don't inadvertently, challenge or put in challenge is a good term in terms of some of our fundamental rights under the Bills of Rights Act and also the Human Rights Act, that we're still, that there's still the allowances for people when they are being, charged with any of the new additional crimes under 78AAA and 78AAB. And I'm particularly thinking of, how does this then interact with the limitations that's being placed on this bill and on individuals in Aotearoa, New Zealand under Section 5 of the Bill of Rights Act. So I just want to check with the Minister in terms of that interaction.
Anushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to add to the checks we're doing in terms of the other acts referred to in the schedule, my question is in relation to the Bail Act changes. So the current heading of Section 9 in the Bail Act references treason or espionage. It's essentially a restriction on bail if there are charges on those two matters, and it replaces that with certain offences. The certain offences look to me to be the full set of offences, is it? Under so Section 78AAA of the Crimes Act. which relate to improper conduct for or on behalf of a foreign power to compromise protected New Zealand interests. These are, of course, just cases where charges have been brought. There's not necessarily a plea in there and no guilt found yet. There are other provisions in the Bail Act further down, so 9A, 10, 11, 12, which also impose other types of restrictions, and I would say sort of lower restrictions on the granting of bail. I wonder if the Minister had considered whether it would be useful to split the alleged offences that have been the person has been charged with, so that if someone is a third party and they were assisting, for example, they may fall into further restrictions on bail in certain cases, so a less restrictive provision or application of the Bail Act restrictions, where if someone was charged with a more serious offence on the basis of the facts, then they could very validly sit within current Section 9 of the Bail Act. So finding a way just to split how those offences would be treated.
Madam Chair.
Tiano Tuiono.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the engagement so far. On this particular part, which impacts both Part 2 and also the schedule, I would like to draw the Minister's attention to Amendment Paper number 434 in my name. And I've been thinking about a scenario where you could have a human rights advocate who shares information online as a part of their work, as a part of their mahi, and under the current bill, as I read it, if authorities suspect this person is somehow the work that they are doing is related to foreign interference, that they could conduct a warrantless search of their home or devices, even if there's no immediate threat. So the concern there is overreach. And so with the amendment, and in my name, Amendment Paper 434, authorities would need to apply for a warrant and giving a judge the authority to check whether the search is justified. And this ensures that this protects people from excessive or unnecessary intrusions or overreach by the authorities, which is a common theme that came to the Select Committee, that we were overreaching with this legislation and not necessarily focusing on the issues or finding a way to actually deal with the very real issues that some of the submitters were bringing in as well. And so I guess my questions to the Minister around the justifications for allowing warrantless searches for such broad offences under 78 AAA and 78 BB, and without additional safeguards, or if I'm missing something, could the Minister explain what potentially those safeguards would be? I think it would be important to have some safeguards in there. The right to freedom of expression, the right to be able to have your say is an important right, and I know that has been expressed by all members of all corners of this House as well. So if we're going to limit things, then I think it's really important that the House understands that, that people in general understand that as well. And I also think about it in the context of journalists as well. They've also got to be able to talk to as many people as possible. And so could the Minister also clarify how the current proposal might impact journalists, activists, advocacy groups, but in this particular sense, the impact of journalists. We know journalists play an important part in making sure that our democracy is robust. Yes, they ask us awkward questions and we don't like it as politicians, but that's an important part that they play as well, an important part that I think the algorithm can't do as well. So the engagement of journalists and the work that they do, where they need to talk to a wide variety of different people, it shouldn't open them up to a warrantless search. And so my amendment paper, the suggestion is in the schedule to delete the amendments to the Search and Surveillance Act 2012 on page 15, lines 11 to 14 on the Select Committee report, on our report. And that way, and from our perspective, this ensures that it allows for that other extra level of scrutiny, of having to go to a judge to make sure that the search that is actually going to happen is actually warranted. And so if the Minister could actually focus on the reasons why he thinks, or the government thinks, that that extra layer is not warranted, it would be good to actually hear that. So just to recap, my questions are around the safeguards available and protections for journalists in particular. They have a particular role, an important role. What are the safeguards that are in place to make sure that they can do their job and not subjected to a warrantless search? And also the example that I gave earlier around human rights advocacy, also incredibly important work, which does require them to talk to people, even people that we might not like potentially, or as well. So what's in place for them? And I think, in my view and in the view of the Greens, this amendment would go some way to addressing those concerns, giving that extra layer of having a judge to actually make sure that there was a warrant there as well. Because generally, when we look at the context of this bill as well, there are issues around proportionality, which we have raised as well. There are issues around overreach as well. There are issues that need to be dealt with and grappled with, but I think there needs to be clarity about how this will specifically actually do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Shannon Halbert.
I seek leave to correct.
Point of order.
Point of order, thank you, Madam Chair. I seek leave to correct a vote.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Labour is in support of Part 1.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Pink. Do we don't. Labour's in support, so we just need to correct the vote, and then we'll call it again.
The whole vote?
Yeah. No, we won't call the vote again. We'll just change. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to members who have contributed in this relatively narrow second part, obviously consequential amendments. I think some of the points that were made by Dr. Lawrence Yunnan and actually also by Venushi Walters really just go to the fact of cross-referencing and the nature of consequential amendments, more particularly in relation to the Human Rights Act, though, as our friend mentioned. So Section 78AA, wrongful communication of classified information, and 78A, wrongful communication of official information. These are already referenced, so the new provisions are included to provide consistency. And so it is, for example, that where espionage can be charged, the new offences can also be charged, which is what you would expect and hope for the two regimes to be coherent. In terms of Ms Walters' point around the Bail Act, I think I understand her point as being that it's, there could be a separation or a split, but I think it's in the nature of a bail regime. Of course, there would merely be a charging as opposed to a conviction for offence, which is why the question of bail would even come up in the first place. So on behalf of the government, I don't think we've got any appetite to rework any of the way that those two different legislation or pieces of legislation would connect with each other. As to Tiana Tuino's point, I'm sympathetic at a high level. Of course, we want a freedom of information and a free and democratic society, but of course, as always, there are a balance of rights considerations we can make, or competing rights, we could even say, or characterise differently again as a balance of responsibilities. Clearly, the Fourth Estate plays an important role, as the member acknowledges, even if it's not convenient to those of us whom they think they are holding to account. But nevertheless, I think it's entirely possible to separate good investigative journalism on the one hand, for example, and conducting certain activities as defined on behalf of or for a foreign power. In whether one analyses the importance of freedom of information or expression from the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, Section 14, for example, or that narrative of holding the power, those in power to account. Nevertheless, I think this legislation is reasonably tight around the purpose of what we're trying to achieve, which is to react to the possibility of foreign interference as opposed to a chilling effect on speech more generally. The member mentioned or asked whether the search provisions are warranted. I think he meant in that general sense of justified as opposed to warrants that are put forward in terms of search powers. On that note then, I can provide some assurance either way actually that The bill introduces no new search powers, instead simply relies on existing powers in the Search and Surveillance Act, and warrantless search powers for espionage and the offence of wrongful communication, retention or copying of classified information are included. These are quite analogous with certain categories, at least, of foreign interference activity. And I should point out, just again, more generally, existing powers would be exercised in a way that would have to reflect the case being of great urgency and requiring immediate action, and there being reasonable grounds to believe that the evidence relating to the relevant offence is at the place to be searched. So it can't be, as we always say, a fishing expedition. And just to conclude that matter, courts also apply a warrant preference rule, which is to say, even though there may be the ability to conduct a warrantless search, if there was sufficient time for a warrant to be obtained, then it should, or the court may determine that it would need to be. And ultimately, of course, the consequence of all this is that if a warrantless search is conducted in a way that offends these types of rules, then the evidence might be inadmissible, which is the ultimate consequence for those wishing to find the evidence to be able to make a case of this nature.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got two very short, concise questions to finish this part of part two. And the first question is, thank you for the Minister for responding to my question. I want to check particularly what the Minister is saying in terms of the Human Rights Act and the Ombudsman Act. Now, again, noting that the section that we're discussing here is privileged proceedings, and these two are now 78AAA and 78AAB are now exempted from such privilege as indicated in those sections. Can I check with the Minister how does then also interact with those two agencies? So we're looking at the Human Rights Commissioner or Commission and the Office of the Ombudsman when it comes to our obligation under OPCAT, the Operation Protocol Convention Against Torture, and particularly as those two agencies are in charge of or are part of the National Preventative Mechanism. When it is going to be things that touches on their role as the national preventative mechanisms, would that then also mean that they have to break privilege by the inclusion of these two additional sections under those two particular acts? So that's my first question. The second question is also coming to the Search and Surveillance Act, and thank you to the Minister for that response. But my question is, what we saw in terms of the power granted under the Search and Surveillance Act as part of the Gang Legislation Amendment Bill and the subsequent amendment of that is that when a person is being searched, and if they found something that was incidental, that wasn't part of the original intention of that search, that material can still be used for them to be charged with additional offences. I want to get reassurance from the Minister that the similar thing then wouldn't be happening in this case with the inclusion of 78AAA and 78AAB, because again, those are kind of the things that potentially will affect or could has the chilling effect for ethnic communities quite severely if people are being targeted for additional things, but then when there is a search, either warranted or warrantless materials were found, and how that would then interact with the new offences created under this bill.
Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote is called for, Mr. Connor.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori me ngā pōti whakahē.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakahē.
Tāku Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahē.
Maria Mano Kapaki.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahē.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Ms. Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti whakahē.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakahē.
Tāka Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahē.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahē.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed to. The question is that Te Aotearoa's amendment to the schedule set out on AP number 434 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote. Call for, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti whakai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakai.
Tāka Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the schedule stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr. Carr.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti whakahē.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakahē.
Tāka Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahē.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahē.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed to. Members, we come now to the final debate. This is the debate on clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask the Minister some questions around Clause 2 with regards to commencement. Noting that the commencement is the day after royal assent, however, I think both in terms of the conversations that we've had during this committee stage on some of the uncertainties around the definition of some of the clauses, but also the breadth of what could potentially be covered. So, for example, one of the things that we haven't had the chance to fully tease out is, while this covers everything, what is then the scope of what we considered and some of the scenarios that wasn't actually teased out in the select committee stage as well. And one of the examples of that is, for example, when we're looking at the commencement date being the day after royal assent, in the context of some of the things we have seen, like the way that we've seen FBI potentially as a foreign agency interfering with Aotearoa and New Zealand. We have seen things like the Atlas Network as a public organization interfering with some of the things in New Zealand. We have seen TERFs who potentially put, coming from other regions such as UK, putting harm on some of these things. These are the potential scenarios that is considered under 78AAA and 78AAB, it doesn't seem to me like that having the commencement date as the day after royal assent is something that allows our court system to actually fully, and the justice system to fully engage with this new offense. Now, anything that within the Crimes Act and with the previous bills we have seen that has gone through the House have all, as far as I can remember, and the minister may be able to correct me, has had a commencement date 3 or 6 months after royal assent, but this one has not. So I do ask the minister to consider that, considering that this is creating a new criminal offense, which is incredibly serious, imprisonment of up to 14 years is a serious matter, that just a little bit more work is done, both in terms of teasing out some of the scenarios, but also I was giving Ministry of Justice, and particularly, and the minister mentioned before, Ministry of Ethnic Communities, while they have had some work done in terms of the education program, the ability to actually let the public know what the new offenses is going to be. Again, speaking as someone from the ethnic communities, for those whose English is not their first language, and particularly those who may not be able to speak English fluently, this new offense may be meaningless to them until if something does come up. But because the commencement date is the day after royal assent, immediately it then creates an offense. So I do ask the minister to consider seriously whether there can be a grace period that allows the ethnic communities in particular to understand what the new offenses are and what are the consequences. So that's going to be my only contribution for this section, but I think it's a really, really important one for the minister to consider.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have some concerns about the time in which the bill will become law, for mostly concerned about young people and the behaviour of young people and what they would expect to be an offence or not. Just remembering that we do have some quite broad provisions here, including the new Section 69, which includes the offence of aiding, inciting or counselling. So not necessarily being the one who passes on information, but being that one step back. And I note that when we were discussing the schedules to the bill, one of the schedules was an amendment to the Oranga Tamariki Act, Schedule 1A. And Schedule 1A is a specified list of offences for young people aged 17. And so these still are young people, and yes, there is a list of offences that they would be subject to. It adds this bill to that space. I imagine that there would be a number of young people who are just starting to explore the world of protest and international affairs and understanding how to interact with international issues, with consulates, who ideally it would be good for us to ensure that they are well educated on what this means for them, whether they are the individual who passes on information, or whether they are one step back and they are counselling or inciting or under those provisions that I've read earlier, directing someone else outside the country to do something or to pass on information. So ideally, I wouldn't argue this for all pieces of legislation. I think it does make sense for many of our bills to become law immediately. I do think there are times when we need to consider whether there's a valid reason why we would want to have a period of education to ensure that it's not catching people who otherwise wouldn't step into this area at all. So whether that is a consideration for the Minister.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really briefly, my understanding is that the issues have been well articulated and canvassed, including by agencies through this 6-month select committee process, for which I congratulate all members involved. I think as well with some of that outreach conducted by the Ministry of Ethnic Communities, I think it's respectfully, I think it's unlikely that there won't be a level of understanding that's necessary in the community as to what the implications of the new legislation might be. And I respectfully disagree with Dr. Lawrence Yunnan in terms of a lack of clarity within the legislation as to courts having the ability to consider how these scenarios might play out. The scenarios that they will see are cases that will be brought before them in due course, and on that basis they will have the opportunity to consider how the law should be applied. No grace period, otherwise we provide a window of opportunity, a mixed message in terms of the kind of behaviour that we consider to be appropriate in this country. All relevant parties have had an opportunity to understand it, and we look forward to it coming into effect as soon as possible.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable David Seymour.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumare me ngā pōti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakahe.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumare me ngā pōti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakahe.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed to. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Our party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumare me ngā pōti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā pōti whakahe.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed to. I will report this bill without amendment.
Yeah, it's quite a long way to go to get out to this.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has further considered the Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 7.
Education and Training, Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill, second reading.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable David Seymour.
I present a legislative statement on the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable David
Madam
Seymour.
Speaker, I move that the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I want to take you back to a convention centre in Wellington in mid-2023, filled with around 500 representatives of early childhood centres up and down the country. It was a pre-election political briefing, and astonishingly, representatives of the governing parties hadn't shown. And as the meeting went on, I started to appreciate why that might be. The people in this room, salt of the earth people, often small business people who work hard, invest to ensure the next generation of young New Zealanders are cared for and ready for school. These people were ropeable. They were tired of the regulatory overreach of the Byzantine rules and the abuses of power that they perceived coming from the government. They said, all I wanted to do rather, was help young children discover their potential. And all I actually do is fear the regulator that is supposed to work for all of us. After all, it's our taxes that pay for them. And I looked at this and I thought, surely we can do better. And fast forward a little way, the Ministry for Regulation was formed, and its first sector review involved going out and hearing from people like the ones in that room today and asking them, what is it that has made it so difficult and so frustrating to do what should be a very rewarding and positive job, and mostly is. And the Ministry for Regulation assembled a long dossier of concerns. It assessed them against the need for sensible regulation, and it has come up with broadly 3 changes that Cabinet signed off. One is a simplification of the rules and a binning of rules that make no sense. That's happening separately from this bill. Another is transferring the responsibility for regulating to the Education Review Office, who are very good at doing this in my view, away from the Ministry of Education, which I don't believe has done a consistently good job. It tends to depend on the region. It also means that the regulator is separate from the policymaker, which is generally good practice for regulation. Those are 2 parts of the change coming out of this sector review. But there's a third part which is encapsulated in this bill. And it is setting out that there should be a person called, in this case, the Director of Regulation. It's not a new position. There's a person that does something like this. But they're going to actually have their responsibilities set out in legislation. They're going to have the rights of people who run early childhood centres set out in legislation, the purpose of regulating set out in regulation, and in particular, things like enabling choice for parents is in this legislation. Things like ensuring childhood safety is in this legislation. Things like ensuring those things with the least possible regulation so that the people like the ones in that room aren't tied up in endless red tape. And where the rubber hits the road, and I happen to be the Minister responsible for early childhood, there was a wonderful place called Country Kindy in the Manawatu. These are salt of the earth people. There's the member for Rangatiki right there, and I'm sure she knows it well. These people were harangued, harassed, shut down to within an inch of their life, and as the Minister responsible, I was very keen to intervene. To this day, I don't fully understand what they were accused of doing wrong, because when I brought in the Secretary to ask, the former Secretary that is, she didn't have a good answer. I went into the Country Kindy and was almost suffocated by a hug from the person in charge because they were so relieved that this harassment had ended. Well, what this legislation sets out to do is give people like her the ability to tap on the sign and say, you regulate for a purpose, we pay your taxes. Child safety? Absolutely, 100%, 200%. Giving parents choice and information and making it clear what's needed and what's going on? Absolutely. But overreach and abuse of power and overburdensome regulation and red tape that stops us doing our real job, that's yesterday's news. Madam Speaker, this is another example of how a government can hear people's concerns and aspirations out in the community, formulate a plan and bring it to fruition in this House. It's one of many examples that we're talking about just this week that makes me very proud to be part of this government. It makes me proud to be a member of the ACT Party, and it is going to make, I believe, a lot of people even prouder to work in the early childhood sector, because this statute will ensure that they are treated by law with the respect that they deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we heard there in the first sentences that the Minister spoke there exactly the true intent of what this particular bill does, and unfortunately that was reflected very much in submissions who also identified the true intent. And I just want to start, Madam Speaker, by talking to one of those submissions that came through from the Office of Early Childhood Education, who said, let's be honest, it's misleading to say this bill is designed to improve outcomes for children and family. Its true intent is to satisfy service providers and their lobbyists who want a much lighter touch approach to monitoring and enforcement. Madam Speaker, the Select Committee heard from or had a number of submissions to this bill, 107 submissions in fact, of which 78 of those submissions, 78 of 107 submissions, opposed the bill. They opposed the bill, Madam Speaker, because this was not putting children at the centre of this piece of legislation. In fact, it is such a dangerous change of what we will see and have ever seen in the early childhood sector. Madam Speaker, it is the purpose of regulations has been narrowed so much that in this bill and what it is doing, that it does not put children at the centre of their education. Just think about that for a moment. Children in the early childhood sector not being at the centre. Suddenly, the purposes of regulation have been changed so much that we've taken children away. Let's just hear, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, what the current Act says about the purpose of current ECE regulation. It is to regulate an early childhood education system where all children are able to participate and receive a strong foundation for learning, positive well-being and life outcomes by A, setting standards to support quality provision and learning, and B, supporting health, safety and well-being of children, and C, enabling parental choice by providing licensing and funding of different types of provision. So a service where the regulations currently ensure that there is quality provision that supports solid learning for those young people. So children being put at the centre. This bill has made a significant change, and a very disappointing significant change. This bill changes that to, it will regulate an early childhood education system to A, set and implement minimum standards to provide for quality early childhood education that allows children to establish long foundations for learning, well-being and life outcomes, and B, and this is where it's critical, support the choice of parents and caregivers to participate in the labour market. So it's taking a labour market approach to early childhood education. And that's exactly what the Minister just outlined in his speech. And that is absolutely worrying in an educational context in this country. And I cannot understand why members on that side of the House have not fought back more about that. This is taking education of our youngest, and as research shows, our children with the most potential to learn, because under 5-year-olds, that first 2,000 days has the most potential, if we get it right as a country, to make the biggest difference in a young person's life. And because of the ideological nature and thoughts of one minister, we are making a change here that will see a very detrimental and have a very detrimental impact on that. And I urge everyone in that House to think about that and take that very, very seriously. Now, really interesting in the Minister's the Minister's address here this morning, which was very, very short, I should say, for an incredibly important piece of legislation, that he talked about the input from the providers. Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that over the Select Committee we heard from teachers, centre managers and parents who felt like their voice had been marginalised in that discussion and in that consultation. They felt like that they had not been heard at all. Oh, and I should add another group to that, and that's the early childhood academics, of whom we have some of the world-leading academics in this country in early childhood. People that are well respected around the world who also feel like that their voices have been marginalised. Madam Speaker, revising the purpose of early childhood regulation and legislation, and this is also important, was not part of the original terms of reference for the review, and we understand from the Ministry of Regulation that it was not up for debate in that part of the process. So where people did have their input, they didn't realise that this part of the purpose was actually going to be changed in legislation. Now again, that seems like a little bit of a grubby process that has happened here. And that's the second time that we've had an education bill put up in this particular session that similar processes have happened. And it isn't any wonder why the education sector are starting to push back around what is happening to them. It is really, really important that children must remain the centre of ECE regulation, and we heard that time and time again in the Select Committee, not only from teachers, not only from those involved heavily in the sector, but also the parents who are involved heavily in the sector but also want complete quality for their young people and the provision that is there for their young people. They know, and they said, look, we understand that this helps us get back into the labour market, but that should not be at the cost of quality. And that's exactly what this bill is setting up. It is setting up at the cost of quality and quality provision. We know from overseas research that there have been dire consequences for any change or similar change that have been made in other jurisdictions. Be that on people's heads who support this bill, if that is going to be the outcome here from what we are seeing with this ideological approach. I would hate to think that as a parliament we were setting our young people up for being in a really unsafe situation. This is exactly what we are doing if we pass this piece of legislation into law. And we heard that from so many different sources during the Select Committee process. Madam Speaker, another part of this piece of legislation, and I just want to finish with in my final part of this contribution, that came up time and time again from many of the submitters was the omission of te tiriti o Waitangi in this legislation. And we heard, oh look, it would be too hard because it's in the primary legislation. Actually, this bill is setting it up to water that down because it is not there and not being given the direct notice that it should be. The bill does not recognise Māori as tangata whenua, nor ensure Māori participation in decision making. Now that is of huge concern. When we have got kohanga reo and puna reo that come under the guise of this bill, that is of huge concern. And again, I implore members on the other side of the House to think how those parts of our early childhood system are world leading. I have been in other parts of the world where ministers have said to me, you have the gold standard of what you're doing with kohanga reo and puna reo. Teach us how to do it. We should be proud. We should be setting that up and standing that up. But instead, we're taking that away by not making that a big part of the provision of this bill. We are absolutely watering down Māori rights and their values and their perspectives within ECE by what we are doing here. Once again, that is absolutely disgraceful in this particular space, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I absolutely implore members on the other side to think very seriously about what they are doing here, and I do not commend this bill to the House.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's be clear. This government is happy to sacrifice children and young people for profit. That is what we are seeing here with this bill. And their intentions have been on full display this week on a wide-ranging education bill, whether it is the EC one we're seeing today or the Education and Training Amendment Bill from yesterday. But let's unpack why I say that. Let's start with the the fundamental aspect of why parents or what parents want to do when sending their children to ECE, other than having it being cost-effective. We'll talk about cost later. But the most fundamental aspect is health and safety. It's that they are sending their tamariki to ECE, to kindergarten, to Punereo, to Kanereo, knowing that they are safe when they're in those kind of places. This bill will do none of that. It's all very well for the minister to go like, oh, well, health and safety is really important for me, thoughts and prayers, empty words and empty promises with no evidential backing. What is evidential, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the move to deregulate the ECE sector has seen wide-ranging health and safety concerns in Australia, to the point that tamariki are being actively harmed in ECE centers, to the point that we're seeing rampant issues and violence and violations in Australia due to deregulation. And this minister and this government has the goal to come into the House and say that deregulation is helpful for children. For whom, I ask? It's not for the children. It is for those little corporate elves that is whispering sweet nothings in the minister's ear. It is for the international companies that come here and take advantage of our tamariki and our whānau. When you are looking at health and safety here, we are seeing and we will see more and more of our tamariki being harmed. Let's move on to another aspect of what this bill is doing. Taking the bill out of the hands of Ministry of Education and put it in the hands of ERO, the Education Review Office. Now, what it does is to send a clear signal that the minister and the government doesn't care about ECE teachers, because they are moving to deprofessionalize ECE so that they can pay the staff less. Madam Speaker, we have just recently, over the last few days, seen an ad saying, look, now is your chance. Staff can be paid at a lower rate. How wonderful is that for our children? That is shameful. It is shameful that that kind of ad is even allowed to be up. When we are looking at this bill, part of the thing that the minister mentioned is the genesis of this bill is based on a Ministry of Regulations report. Now let's unpack that Ministry of Regulations report, which we have done in the Select Committee stage. And we also asked the minister at that stage, well, how did you come about with this report? And how did this report actually shape the bill itself? Because the report, number one, when the report is conducted, had a number of leading questions. But also when we're looking at the report and the actual report itself, there was no genuine data that has been presented. Instead, it was a lot of hot takes from the Minister of Regulations on what they think and how they choose to interpret the data. That's not genuine independent research. That is a leading research wanting a particular kind of outcome. So when we did question the minister on this Joint Select Committee stage, well, the minister was like, oh, maybe the report isn't everything and etc. But we asked the minister, well, you base this bill on that report. How did you base this bill on that report if the minister themselves don't have full confidence in the report? So we actually don't know where this bill came from, to be perfectly honest, Madam Speaker. When we are also looking at certain sections of this, let's say in terms of the new role of Director of Regulations, we're seeing, for a government that is all about deregulation, cutting all of the tapes, they certainly love to create a lot of new additional roles and additional bureaucracy and additional yellow and blue tapes. And so I think in this, there is so little information about how that Director of Regulation to the Select Committee stage is going to eventuate, particularly, as the previous speaker has articulated, when the Director of Regulations is going to be formed, they are also going to be overseeing Kohangareo and Punareo, yet there is no evidence in here that says anything about our commitment to Titiliti or Waitangi. In fact, the regulatory impact statement said there's been limited ability to consult with Māori on this bill. Why? Because the minister doesn't want to hear from Māori on this bill, or from the general population, or from Kohangareo, or from Punareo, because it doesn't suit their agenda. Madam Speaker, I mentioned in the beginning that this is part of a broader attack by this government on the ECE sector. We're also seeing the fact that there is the ECE funding review that is being happening, again, on how we can squeeze more money out of parents and out of government, how we can make really scrape the bottom of the barrel in terms of staff ratio, in terms of teacher qualification, in order for those international companies coming in here, buying up our ECE centers to funnel the money offshore. That is what we are going to be seeing in this whole ECE reform package. That is not the intention of early childhood education. That should not be any government's intention for the future of our tamariki and mokopuna. We want to see safe and thriving children and young people here. But this bill is not going to achieve that. This bill is not going to achieve the fact that the top comment and the top ask that qualified ECE teachers are asking for is to have better ratio for student teachers. Because we are seeing that teachers are working longer and longer hours in the ECE center. They are having more and more burden, I guess, in many ways, placing on them because of the ratio and because they are looking after more children. They are asking for better support. And for the government that talks about how much money they're putting into learning access in this year's budget, not a single cent of that has gone to ECE. We have not seen an increase in the ESW hours, and that is the education support workers' hours that is provided for children and for tamariki in early childhood education settings. That is the ask of the sector. That is the ask of the teachers, because we are seeing more tamariki with more needs manifesting. For a government that talks about educational outcomes, by having unregistered teachers in the EC setting, how are we going to be preparing our tamariki for entry into primary school if this bill goes through? So again, we want to see safe and thriving children. And we are deeply concerned that this bill is going to take us backwards, and we are going to be putting tamariki in harm's way. There are a lot more things I think that this bill could potentially tidy up on, and we're happy to engage with the Minister during the committee stage. But the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand will not and will never support this bill.
I'll just put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call Carl Bates.
Madam Speaker, if I was on that side of the House this morning, I would be embarrassed by the scaremongering they are creating in this House. Madam Speaker, I am lucky that I have a 16-week-old, 17-week-old daughter this week. But I'm lucky because she's not my first. We have children in early childhood education, and we know the value of the work that teachers do across this country in early childhood right now. But Madam Speaker, if she was my first, and I had to watch what these guys have been saying in this House about the challenges they are creating in their minds and in the minds of New Zealanders about early childhood education, I would be worried about the education my daughter would be going into. But I want to assure New Zealanders that it's not the truth, and that the truth is that this bill will support the development of early childhood education in this country, and therefore I commend it to the House.
Andy Foster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill follows some what I think was really good work. It's good to see the Ministry of Regulation finding its feet and doing some good work. If we want our country to be more prosperous, if we want it to be wealthier, we have to reduce red tape in some places. I heard the words gold standard uttered by Jan Tinetti, and look, I can well recall a number of ECEs which were looking to upgrade what they were. They wanted to go from, if you like, bronze standard to silver standard was all they could afford to do, but the ministry would say to them, no, if you can't make gold, forget it, you're not going to go anywhere, and so they had to stick with bronze standard. And I also heard, as Carl Bates said, a lot of scaremongering from the opposition parties about things like health and safety. Those are all in the bill. There is a primary purpose, there's a whole bunch of objectives, that includes health and safety, so I think that the opposition is misrepresenting this bill, and I commend the bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Rawere Waititi.
Kua tipura hei oranga mo te iwi Māori, nā te matua I te rangi, he arahi, te kohanga, no reira mauria mai, o tamariki, ki te kohanga reo. Madam Speaker, this is probably one of the most colonial, violent pieces of legislation to move into this House. I go back to a time as a graduate of Te Kohanga Reo. And when I was at the Kohanga Reo, it was driven by community, it was driven by elders, and it was driven by hapu, and it was driven by iwi, kōrero, and mātauranga. This particular bill takes that power away from our people. It takes away the ability to ground our tamariki in who they truly are. It takes away the ability for our people to live by design and not by default. This particular bill is one of probably the most atrocious bills I have seen in regards to Māori being able to live their best lives. To be able to grow tamariki mokopuna to stand strong, to stand tall, and to stand true to who they really are. We don't need monocultural perspectives. We don't need monocultural subjugation and assimilation projects and experiments. What we need is to allow our people to live with dignity, integrity, and rangatiratanga. This bill strips away all of that. It takes away the cloak of safety that Te Tiriti o Waitangi provides, not just Māori tamariki, but every tamaiti in this country. To then move it to a ministry and a minister who has openly attacked Te Tiriti o Waitangi, who has openly attacked Te Reo Māori, who has openly attacked the rights of tangata whenua here in Aotearoa, is absolutely appalling that this government will allow that after years and years of support for kaupapa like Pohanga Reo and Puna Reo. This particular party and past MPs that have supported kaupapa like Pohanga Reo and Puna Reo would be ashamed. They would be ashamed that they have allowed this piece of legislation to go through this House. They gave an ability for Māori to be able to build a kaupapa that was grounded in Te Ao Māori. And this iteration of a national government and a national party disregards the mahi that their forefathers and those who have gone through this House before them have left. It was a legacy that allowed a relationship to be built, albeit incremental, albeit very slow, but at least they were listening to the people outside of this House. They have forgotten the voices outside this House. They have forgotten those who matter. They are out of touch. They are out of touch. And what we need to do is just have a look at the history books, have a look at the Hansards, have a look at what past national governments have done to ensure that Māori were able to build Kohanga Reo, were able to build Puna Reo. But what we have done is moved it under a minister that has a fetish to discriminate te iwi Māori, not only its language, but Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It's all in your legislation. And so what we want to do, Madam Speaker, is to say that Te Pāti Māori are absolutely and unequivocally opposed to this bill. And at the second reading, we hope that the national government and the national party find the heart that they have had in the past to ensure that this bill doesn't go through and allow Māori to live by design and not by default. Kia ora tātou.
Before I take the next half of this split call, can I just remind members that the conversation does not happen across the House. If you want to have a conversation with anyone else that's not speaking, take it out into the corridor. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to take a call on the Early Education and Training, Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill. Before I begin my speech proper, I just wanted to acknowledge the two of the previous speakers from the government benches, Andy Foster and Carl Bates. They're very able and intelligent people. So it surprised me that they couldn't do full calls on this. They did sub 1 minute speeches. And I had to think, why would these intelligent, thoughtful members have such short contributions to the debate? And I think it's because they know that this bill is actually indefensible, so they can't muster up any kind of defense to what this government is doing, which is actually continuing the deregulation agenda that has begun from the turn. We've seen the impacts of the deregulation agenda on our electricity markets, and we've seen the impact of deregulation on the monopoly power that our supermarkets enjoy. So this is just continuing a trend that has immiserated New Zealanders. Now, we have specific objections to this bill that have been laid out, or that are articulated already quite nicely by the previous Green speaker, but I'll go through them again. One of the concerns that we have is the speed at which this legislation is, and all the wider government reforms are actually taking place. It's a policy blitzkrieg because they know that they're on their way out already, and they're trying to rush through as much legislation as they can on their way out. One of our concerns as well is the opaque consultation that has occurred. We know that the report, that the genesis of this bill and the report that relies on was the regulatory review that the Ministry for Regulation did. We know that that report ignored the research evidence relating to teaching and learning. We know that the ministry chose not to proactively release the data collected from a consultation. And we know that this is a trend and that it doesn't have to be this way because we've seen other bills where they've actually released the information proactively. We know that this bill creates potential risks for people not only working in the sector, but for the people that they're servicing, the children who are in these centers. One of the main recommendations of the genesis of this, which is the Ministry for Regulation's regulatory review on the ECE sector, was to remove HS5, which is safe assembly areas for children in the event of fires and emergency. And we see this sort of thinking permeate with the shift to risk-based monitoring that this bill is proposing to do. And I think, we in this side of the House think that's potentially dangerous. And it's dangerous because we know that the number of emergency events in New Zealand has only risen quite precipitously since it's been increasing constantly. I mean, one of the things that you do when you're a new MP is you get taken to the bunker and they show you the number of emergencies that New Zealand's had. There's a little chart that they show you that shows the number of emergency management events that have occurred in New Zealand. And there's been quite a rapid explosion over the past 10 years. So the removal of safe assembly areas and the shift to risk-based monitoring that this bill is proposing to shift towards is really a retrograde step in the wrong direction. And it's something that will potentially compromise the safety of the tamariki and the centers, but it also potentially compromises the staff and also the well-being of the parents. We also know that the child impact statement was not produced as part of the consideration for this bill. And Mana Mokopuna were not genuinely engaged in the development of this bill. We know that this uneven scrutiny invites breaches of trust, places children and family at risk, and risks jeopardizing our obligations under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Children. We know that this will further undermine the confidence of parents, whānau, and the community in our ECE provision. Madam Speaker, with the remaining 10 seconds that I have left on this bill, I want to reiterate our opposition not only to this bill, but to the wider deregulation agenda that this bill represents. Kia ora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill. In its second reading, going through the Select Committee, we did hear from a wide range of people and we were ably supported. And I just want to say thanks to all the submitters and to all the staff that supported us in this process. And the bill that has come through is a sensible one that focuses on safety, and it makes sure that it clarifies regulations for the education providers so that they can be there for the children and have a better opportunity to be able to start up businesses and therefore improve competition and reduce costs across the board, and therefore I commend the bill to the House. Honourable Phil Twyford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So just by way of a bit of context for my comments, there's no doubt in my mind that the expansion of early childhood education over the last, let's say, two decades plus has been one of the really important advances in New Zealand's social provision, and it's become both an indispensable service for so many families now who rely on one or both parents working in order to feed the family. So from a sheer economic point of view, it's become a vital part of modern life for families in New Zealand. But it's now, widely accepted, I think, that high quality early childhood education is one of the best social interventions we can make to give our children the best possible start in life. So it's one of the most powerful things we can do to improve the life chances of our people. We have, through successive governments, kind of pieced together, layer upon layer, a kind of a mixed model of public provision and public funding, public provision and private provision. And that has its pros and cons. There's a strong view amongst the non-profit providers in the ECE, early childhood education sector, that the competitive pressures inherent in the market actually tend to cut against the really important quality aspects of early childhood education that are so important. That is highly qualified teachers, appropriate teacher to student ratios, an emphasis on child development and really positive learning environment, safety and the well-being of the students. There are, of course, many privately run early childhood education providers who do a fantastic job. My granddaughter's just graduated to the local primary school. She spent more than 2 years with a local ECE that is privately run, and the quality of that centre and the teaching and the overall environment was outstanding. But nevertheless, I think the tensions that are inherent to this kind of mixed model are a really sensitive issue that this House should pay attention to. The suspicion from the beginning of this process that the Minister David Seymour initiated with his review of the regulatory settings has been that it was a move by an ACT Party minister to pursue a competitive market approach to the provision of early childhood education that would further privilege the market position of privately owned early childhood education centres. And I think that suspicion has been reinforced with the emergence of this bill, with the submissions that we heard at Select Committee. And I think many in the sector, in the non-profit sector, the non-profit part of the sector particularly, would say their suspicions have been borne out, and that what we see with this bill is that it puts in place a new regulatory framework, the appointment of the establishment of a new director of regulation, whose mandate is framed primarily around the economic imperative to make it easier for parents to get back into the workforce. Now, of course, that is important. That's part of the equation. But what we ask, why isn't the important framing for this new measure the quality of early childhood education, learning, the safety and well-being of the children who are in that system? That seems really to put the cart before the horse. And if there's a part of the education system where the well-being of the students and their safety should be paramount, surely it should be the early childhood sector. The bill also establishes a number of principles that the director must have regard to. That includes health, safety and well-being of the children. It includes their learning and development, the role of parents and caregivers, and that good regulatory practice must be risk-based, proportionate, fair and transparent, and avoid imposing unnecessary costs on parents, caregivers and service providers. The effect of that and the overall framing of this provision we believe is to move the dial in the direction of low-cost regulation that will remove the regulatory burden on providers and away from what we think should be the paramount objectives, and that is the safety, well-being and the educational experience of the students. There's been a lot of criticism, and it needs to be noted that the process has been rushed, the consultation has been limited, and that has, I think, further undermined confidence of much of the sector in this regulatory process. We'll see in the work of the Director of Regulation and what that position delivers. We'll see whether or not, in fact, the fears that the sector have, that this is simply a Trojan horse to run the sector along purely market and competitive lines. We'll see in time whether, in fact, those concerns are borne out. I'll leave that there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's great to take this short call on a very important bill. Listening to the opposition, anyone would think that the world's going to end. Actually, we're very focused on actually providing an ECE sector which is both safe and provides high quality education for young children. But what we do have to keep and remember is the parents. Remember about the parents in this situation. The parents actually need the ability to find an ECE sector, an ECE facility to use, and also the ability to afford it. And this bill will allow both those things to happen, and I commend it to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to talk on the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill. And of course those words are important, early childhood education. We are not talking about daycares or child cares. This is childhood education. So it is not babysitting. And I'll come to that point in a minute, but I want to start on a positive note, Madam Speaker, and that is I'm standing here as the Member of Parliament for Dunedin. And of course, Dunedin is famous for many things: amazing wildlife, beautiful heritage, amazing university, some amazing businesses, that's right, lots of innovation. It's a great city, real emphasis on education there. And as part of that emphasis on education, there has been the world-renowned longitudinal study, the Dunedin study, of people that are now, I can't remember, they're 52, 53, but this study has gone for that over 50 years now, over half a century, looking and following these about 1,000 people over that half decade and more. And they bring them back to Dunedin every 7 or so years, it depends on the age that they're at, and do a lot of different testing and studying with these wonderful people who've given up so much of their life to be part of that study. From this study, there have been lots of pieces of research, and one of those has demonstrated the importance of the first 1,000 days of life, Madam Speaker. And of course, for many children, those first 1,000 days of life will involve an early childhood education centre. So this legislation is incredibly important because it deals with those first 1,000 days. And I also want to add, in my being the person from Dunedin, I'm also a mother from Dunedin and have had all 3 of my children go through an excellent early childhood education centre attached to the hospital, and so know what it feels like as a parent to have your children being educated by trained teachers with good ratios. What a difference that made to my comfort of going back into the workforce. And It's so important that we recognise their expertise and also the stresses that are on that workforce. So of course I've also been talking to NZEI in Dunedin and the teachers there that are very opposed to this legislation, have problems with both this legislation and the other regulations that the Minister has referred to. And I want to go to that regulating, who does the regulating? And that is an issue that the Minister addressed in his speech on the second reading. And he said that it's good to separate the regulatory body from the policy body, and that is a common thing that we see in regulatory systems. But it's also good, and I would argue much, much, much more important, that the regulated isn't doing the regulating. So that is, and that is one of our concerns with the bill, is that the industry, who is now providing for some of this childhood education, will set those standards and will become the regulator. And that is of great concern because, of course, they have other incentives there, like the ability to keep on doing their business, which is this childcare. So that is a concern, and that is my answer to the Minister in that. And of course, we've seen that from ACT in other settings as well, most recently with farm plans. This is where the industry is doing the regulation rather than a government body. I also want to quickly touch on these changes to the purpose of Part 2 of the Act. And that is where the focus becomes on the parents participating in the labour market rather than all children being able to participate and receive a strong foundation for learning and positive wellbeing. That is a terrible change, and we'll have more to say about that in the committee stage. I do not recommend this bill to the House.
Speaker.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Madam Speaker, it's a great honour to rise in support of the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill in this reading. I agree with the previous speaker. This is about education. If we tie up our educators with high compliance burden, that's less time for genuine educational engagement and children interaction. Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, and as I rise to reflect on this piece of legislation, and I guess echo the words of my colleague, the Honourable Rachel Brooking, who talking about the Dunedin study. I was about 2 years. I was too young. I think it was about 1972 that was first initiated, and I was born in Dunedin in 1975, and so a great year. But it is, as my honourable colleague has said, the significance of that piece of work and its reputation not only in New Zealand but globally demonstrates the fact that actually good data and actually tracking for a long time is what we need to be doing, and the role of nurturing a baby from conception right through that first 1,000 days. But often I reflect, and a lot of the research and work now talks about the first 2,000 days, and thinking about the fact from conception through to the time a child can start school is significant and is so important in terms of the foundation, is so important in terms of attachment. And you look at all the research when it comes not only to early childhood education but into the makeup of a whānau and a community. Attachment is such a key element when it comes to the well-being and the potential that a child has to grow into an adult that can participate in society in a productive way. And so all the research shows that, and the evidence, and often in this House, it does concern me. And I talk from all colours of government that at times we do ignore research or evidence, and that is unhelpful, particularly when it comes to our youngest, particularly when it comes to the foundation, which if we get it right in that first 1,000 days and that first 2,000 days, there is far more chance and likelihood that they will be, as I said, those productive and engaged members of society. Now, I didn't sit on the committee for this, and so I just have a few comments I want to make as I've read through the regulatory impact statement, as I've looked briefly through the bill, and as I've listened to colleagues on all sides of the House this morning debating this legislation. And I want to reflect on the RIS, on the regulatory impact statement, around some of the comments, and often we hear, particularly as this was brought to this House by the Ministry for Regulation and the leader of the ACT Party and the current Deputy Prime Minister. Often it's all around the money, it's all around the cost. And so I flicked through the RIS, looking at kind of the cost impacts and what it means, and what was sort of presented to the Cabinet, what was presented to the Select Committee, and what's being presented to the House this afternoon in terms of the cost benefits. And so for those who haven't read one of these documents before, it goes through and it can be fairly methodical at times, and at times there can be lots of bits missing. And when we look at this afternoon, we look at the cost and outline, it says here, outline the key monetarised and non-monetarised costs, where those costs fall for people and organisations or the environments, and the nature of those impacts, and the direct impacts that the cost of a piece of legislation like this will have. And I look at it, and it's just missing. It's completely redacted, Madam Speaker. There's obviously... we know there's different reasons that that information is redacted when it comes to the RIS, and the fact that the whole section on the cost, the core information around this bill, has absolutely nothing that we can take as a House, that we have nothing to take as a Select Committee around the cost implications, whether it's good, whether it's bad, we don't know, because it is completely missing. And that is always a challenge for us as we in opposition want to critique, want to understand, and want to find a way forward that maybe potentially there is something good about this, but we don't know because it is missing, Madam Speaker. My second comment I want to make, and my colleague, the Honourable Phil Twyford, who did sit on the committee, brought up briefly, but it is around the limitations and constraints on analysis on this piece of legislation. And again, we go through the RIS and look at the information that is at hand, and it talks about there being several limitations and constraints on the regulatory analysis outlined in this RIS. That is due to the limitations on the rigour and depth of analysis undertaken as part of the review. It talks about ministerial direction to accept the findings and recommendations of the review, and that the ministerial direction to develop and implement the policies response at pace. It's talking about trying to reduce regulatory burden and the service for the service providers. But then it goes on to say that there's limited opportunities. There's limited opportunities to test the key assumptions underpinned by some of the findings and the recommendations of the review and considered alternative options. That's because time wasn't allowed to make this happen. That is because they weren't able to necessarily engage with all the stakeholders and key people that they needed to. And that is a challenge when we come back to the House, not only Select Committee having to try to unpack it, but then we come here in the second reading, and again when we move into the committee stage to debate, to unpack, to pull this apart, to ensure that it actually has some decency when it ends up, if it does, having third reading and having royal assent. It talks about limited time to undertake a detailed analysis. There was just not time for them to engage with that. And then there was the lack of consultation with key stakeholders, including service providers, including parents and Māori, and on these policy proposals. And that is a challenge for us because we often talk about what is the role of opposition. The role of opposition is to critique. The role of opposition is to hold the government to account. The role of opposition is, to pull it apart. And potentially we might not agree with every bill. In fact, many of them that are currently coming through, we very rarely agree. But it's around, if we have to deal with it, how do we pull it apart and put it back together in a way that maybe is acceptable not only to us as opposition, but to the key stakeholders, to the families and the people involved. But the challenge we have Yet again, it's a rushed process, so there's limited analysis, there's little understanding of the cost, and that is where we have to say no. We can't continue to support this legislation in its form because we are just not happy with where it's landed. Finally, Madam Speaker, I just want to talk about the shift away that this legislation brings, the shift away from the child-centred approach. And that is a concern for us. And again, as Honourable Rachel Brooking and myself have talked about the first 1,000 days, and others in the House have nodded and agreed, that the child-centred approach should always be the key. We should always consider every bit of legislation, whether it be about children, whether it be about early childhood education, whatever it is about, we should always focus on ensuring there is a child-centred approach. And in this legislation, the concern is that the child development, the well-being and learning are at risk because of the way this legislation is put together. That stakeholders actually talked about the fear, about the concern they had in this, the intrinsic value that play brings, that exploration brings, that holistic learning that brings in terms of a child's development. And we look at this and it feels like it's just around the economic development participation. How do they actually make it work from an economic development perspective, where it should be from a child-centred perspective? It should be about creativity, it should be about play, it should be about exploration, it should be about the social and emotional foundations that we build when we talk about those first 1,000, 2,000 days to ensure that a child is equipped and ready to face the big wide world out there, which is so challenging and tough. Madam Speaker, we can't support this bill. It fundamentally goes against many of the values and what we stand for as a Labour Party, and I know other colleagues in opposition agree with that as well. We cannot support this bill, and we ask the government to consider voting against it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to take the final call on the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill. I agree with the comments from my wonderful colleagues as they have traversed this bill, and we do not agree with many of the comments from the other side. We support the bill and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments recommended by the Education and Workforce Committee by majority be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tākuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Votes opposed.
Tākuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Members, that is the end of Tuesday's day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m.